Welcome to today's City Council meeting for this 6th December 2022 holiday season. We continue to hold hybrid meetings to keep everyone healthy and safe. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join us in person or by watching us on Council agenda page, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We welcome your feedback anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Written comments we received on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We will now begin our work session, and the first item, as usual, is an informational update from the administration. Lindsay, Ashley, and Andrew, thank you.
Thank you for having us today. I think you have our slides, and we're ready when you are. Thanks. All right, we'll head on into the first slide. So, as you probably already know or are aware of, that cases in the U.S., COVID-19 cases in the U.S. are up 28% here in Utah. That increase looks like 58% statewide in the last 2 weeks. So definitely seeing that seasonal increase that we anticipated. If we head on into the next slide, we tucked into this data a little bit deeper to look at how that looks from the different counties, and you can see at the bottom of the list, Salt Lake City is sitting there with a 41% increase over the past 14 days, and that equates to a daily average over that 2-week span of 230 cases per day. So starting to see these increases, and on the next slide you can see a look at the past 3 months from the county's website, and just kind of increasing there as well. So it's a good time to probably put on a mask if you're in big groups, and just be cautious if you're feeling a little sick about masking around other people. If we head into the next slide, that's our data from the Salt Lake City Waste Reclamation Facility. This is part of some statewide data that goes out around different trends at waste reclamation facilities statewide. So you can see our line over here on the right-hand side of this slide is increasing, but it says that the trend, that there's no trend present. That might be a little bit confusing. So in a deeper dive readout that we got from the state, our trend itself looks, by the numbers that they're studying, it looks to have plateaued, but we're still considered to be in the increased category. So trending, plateaued, but we do have an increased amount. So that is our COVID update for you. Any questions there? No, we'll move on to Ashley. If not, thank you.
Afternoon, Council. Good to see you. It is looking pretty light for community engagement highlights a little bit louder, sorry. It's looking a little light for community engagement highlights because the holiday season is approaching. As always, community members, please go to slc.gov/feedback for regularly updated, highlighted ways to engage with the city. Next slide. Who does the slides? Okay, cool. We have some updates from public utilities. They have a water reclamation facility engagement opportunity, and then we also have our City Creek water treatment. The water reclamation facility, the public utilities team is finalizing public engagement plan for the project, and their winter construction flyer is in the final phase and should be ready for distribution soon. I'm assuming we'll come to you with another update the next time we meet. We also have transportation updates on regards to the Virginia Street reconstruction, and the draft concepts are currently online. The reconstruction of Virginia Street from South Temple to 11th Avenue will be ready in 2024. The concept designs are now available for public comment. You can go to slc.gov/mystreet/Virginia, and or you can navigate from the feedback page. The team will be canvassing the neighborhood to leave flyers announcing the draft design concept and asking for feedback. The comment period closes at the end of the year. The team will also be joining the Greater Avenues Community Council this week to announce the update as well. From the mayor's office, we just had our last round of, We just had our last round of engaging workshops with community members in regards to the ACE grant. The ACE grant closes December 13th, so feel free to go to slc.gov/mayor to apply. These last few workshops have been really, really robust, and I think it's because we partnered with community members in different areas to get a larger audience and different groups of people to know about the ACE grant. So that was a lot of fun. And then as far as upcoming events, there's the Winters Farmers Market. It's weekly starting November 11th all the way until April 15th. And then we also have our Park Rangers Jingle and Mingle. That'll be happening on the 9th and the 23rd. So please sign up for that. I think it should be a lot of fun. Our Rangers are awesome. And then we have a last hurrah on 12/31. Any questions or more details?
Where's the last hurrah?
It will take place on New Year's Eve at 8 p.m., and we'll be ringing in the new year at the Gateway.
Okay, thanks.
This probably did this a long time ago. Did that replace Eve or Thrieve? Because it had the E backward. It looked like three.
We would have to look into that and get back to you, Councilmember Wharton.
I'm pretty sure it did, but okay. Or maybe we have 2 New Year's celebrations. Maybe we're that. Okay. I'm being told we do not. Okay.
Go to the Gateway. Thank you.
All right, Andrew. Okay, thank you guys.
Yeah, there are no slides this week, Chair, due to there's a lag in the data from the state about the overflow capacities. However, a couple of things for your information to follow up on. Number one is there are ongoing encampment impact cleanings, primarily this coming week, probably at 4800 West, some vehicles out there, and also the Rio Grande area. The second piece is there is availability at all of the overflow locations. So the flex beds at their resource centers, as well as Mill Creek, they do have open beds each night. So we encourage people to make the phone call to 990-9999 or go down to the weekend center during the afternoons and make sure you have opportunity to get indoors for the night. The third piece is family overflow options. We have talked about that here, and there is a need. The providers, the state, Office of Homelessness Services, and Salt Lake County, as well as the city, are in ongoing discussions weekly, a couple times a week, talking through the current need, the data, and the options. There are some funds available that we've been working on, and so it's just a matter of making sure that it's the right fit for the right needs coming forward. So there are options for families. We encourage them to still come forward and seek help. And then the last piece is there is the annual Homelessness Candlelight Vigil we have every December is on the 21st on Wednesday. It's 2 weeks. It'll be 5:30 at Pioneer Park again, 5:30 to 6:30. And we can have flyers sent out to everybody who's interested as well.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council, we're moving on to item number 2, which is the equity update. And I'm thinking Coletta and Ashley are online.
Yes.
Yes, are y'all ready?
Yes, got you loud and clear.
Awesome, perfect. So yeah, it'll just be me giving the equity update today. And I just wanted to go over the Accessibility and Disability Commission annual report. Perfect, thank you for pulling that PowerPoint up. So we were codified originally in February, and members were appointed in April, so we were able to have our first meeting in May. Right now, we have 12 out of 15 commissioners appointed, and we're hoping that in the next month or two, we'll have 3 more coming to y'all, hopefully to be recommended and then appointed. And over the course of the about 7 months that well, I guess 6 months, because we're taking a recess this month, that we were doing work, we met with a lot of different departments and divisions throughout the city. We met with transportation, both on their transportation master plan as well as transit. We also had UTA join to talk about transit and paratransit around the city and how changes can impact people with disabilities who utilize transit and paratransit. We talked to engineering about issues around the city of getting through construction zones and how to properly kind of navigate that for both on the contractor side as well as on the public side, and how to navigate that a little more effectively. We talked to Housing Stability about their housing plan that they're working on and some of the impacts that lack of affordable housing has on people with disabilities who are living on a small income. And then we talked to Sustainability about some of their efforts. They have a yard collection service, so folks with disabilities or folks who are not able to bring their trash out to the curb can apply to have this service through the city. And so we talked to them about ways they may improve or adapt that program. And then we also had Mayor Mendenhall come and speak with us about our priorities and goals and how we can ensure that her vision for the city and our goals are in alignment. So that was a great conversation. And the next slide, some of the completed goals that we were able to achieve, we got the commission codified. Thanks so much to you all for allowing us to be able to do that, as well as getting members appointed. And then we created commission policies and procedures. We received all the necessary trainings, and we worked on just creating the commission website as well as the SLC accessibility website, just kind of hopefully to put all the resources for folks with disabilities all kind of in a central location. And then our in progress and ongoing priorities, we're working with the airport to hopefully get some training done around epilepsy and how airport staff can help whenever there is a seizure in the airport, or really just understanding what to do in that. And we're hoping maybe even to expand that to maybe a couple of other departments and areas in the city. Closed captioning ordinance for public TVs in Salt Lake City. That is an ordinance that we're hoping to recommend and bring to council in the next couple of months. So we're very excited about that. Stay tuned for that. More audible traffic signals throughout Salt Lake. A lot of this, I think, is going to be working on educating folks on how to push through those requests, utilizing the SLC mobile app and proper channels that way. So that's ongoing for us and in progress. Improving the citywide snow removal communications for access in the public right-of-way after a snowstorm. We've been very actively working on that, and council, you may have been asked from some of your staff about potentially participating in some communications around that. Mayor did a video for Instagram on that, and so we're kind of just trying to do our best to push out communication in any way that we can around snow removal and what that what responsibilities are and how snow removal in the public right-of-way can be very helpful for all citizens, but especially folks who utilize mobility devices and navigate our city on the sidewalks. Next slide. And then these are our incomplete free IRA software available citywide. That software is already in use in certain parts of the city, and that software helps people who are blind or have low vision navigate the spaces that they're in. It's a pretty cool feature. We already have it available in Washington Square and I believe the airport. So that's something we want to look into getting citywide. That's 2023, something we're going to work on. And then increased audio description showings at theaters in Salt Lake City. That's something that we're hoping to also kind of partner with the county on and see what that can look like both in the city but also countywide at any sort of venue that does performances that would require audio description. And then again, just improving communication and pedestrian access through construction zones in the public right-of-way, because we know construction is not slowing down as we continue to grow as a city. And then our 2023 goals, we're still working on some of those 2022 priorities that are in progress or incomplete, and continuing to identify and address any ways that the city can improve inclusion and accessibility. One of those things that we're hoping to also do with the Racial Equity and Policing Commission is work together to facilitate a subcommittee that really focuses on capacity building and police interaction with people with disabilities and neurodiversity and sensory needs. And then diving a little bit deeper into some emergency management stuff. We have a couple of commissioners, and y'all might recall in one of our most recent commissioner interviews, Rich Foster, Commissioner Foster, is very involved in emergency management. And so him and along with a couple of other commissioners are very interested in working on emergency management. So that'll be a 2023 goal. And then lastly, I kind of touched on this a bit earlier, but just looking at any ways that we can create or facilitate trainings for city departments or staff on capacity building in any way that might help the city be more accessible or inclusive. And that is my report. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, Ashley. And I do not see any questions at this time.
Awesome. Thank
All
y'all
right.
for your time.
Thank you and have a happy holidays.
Y'all too. Thank you. Bye.
And council, we're going to skip over 3 until a few, and we're going to move on to item number 4, which is budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 2022 to 23. Follow-up, and we have Ben, Mary Beth, I thought I saw Mary Beth, and John. Stepped out. Ben, take it away.
All right, Mr. Chair. This is the third briefing for budget amendment number 4. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight, and potential council vote is scheduled for next Tuesday. There's one remaining item that we didn't get to at the last briefing. This is I-1, a proposal to use $10,000 from general fund balance for a pilot program to provide vouchers to RVs for dumping their black water at designated sites instead of in the Jordan River. And this is a proposal from Councilmember Pui. I understand there have been some discussions with the county, I think the health department, about how to coordinate this. I'm not sure if you would like to speak further on this item.
Councilman Puig?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy about this. not only because of the health of the river, but the dignity of those living in RVs, and we have to find a better solution for this. So this is something that we need to address. So thank you.
Thank you. So the city's going to be working with the county on providing the vouchers, or just the communications on how do we get them and where they go?
The city, the HEART team and the outreach teams, I think, would also be included in this. But yes, it would be both sides on getting the vouchers physically to people, but also having the designated sites with them. So ideally, you would get not just the voucher, but here are the locations that you can take it, and then the people at the locations would be expecting the vouchers. So it would need to be both sides.
Okay, thanks.
Another update is A5. This is being withdrawn by the administration. It was a placeholder in case the GEO bond did not pass. So it was funding for the Glendale Park. Since the bond did pass, more than 71% of votes cast were in favor. The administration is asking for it to be withdrawn. The first page of the staff report, it lists the 3 items that are requesting 6 new FTEs. We talked about those last time.
Ben, let's kind of stick a pin in that Glendale Park thing and put it in a parking lot for a few minutes. There might be a little bit of additional information, but we won't know for a few more minutes.
Okay, so we might come back to that. The 6 new FTEs are listed on the first page if you wanted a reminder of those. And then there's 2 items that we got responses to council questions about. The first is the unspent Operation Rio Grande funding that's proposed to be put to new homeless services. The council asked about the metrics for the VOA's city-specific outreach team. There's a separate team that works county-wide, and the city has one dedicated just to Salt Lake City, and it doesn't have an ongoing funding source. So without this additional $274,000, it would cease operating. The metrics that were shared are for last fiscal year. 145 individuals were connected to short-term services. This could include shelters, detox, or other services. 109 received case management, and 22 were permanently housed. And how do these metrics compare with the city's other homeless response groups, such as the park rangers, the community health access team, the street ambassadors, and others? It's a little soon to compare metrics since a lot of these programs are still reaching full staffing, and you ideally want to compare over the same time period so we don't have that same time period with fully staffed programs to compare the different outcomes. But the outcomes that we do have, the rapid intervention team, 612 sites have been rehabilitated. The street ambassadors in the ballpark and central city area, these are different from the street ambassadors downtown and on North Temple. Those ambassadors have assisted 130 individuals with referrals to services. And there is some overlap between the ambassadors and the VOA street outreach team, reaching the same people, referring them to the same services. The other component of this that the council asked about was the $30,000 to fill the funding gap for on-site private security at the King and Miller Homeless Resource Centers. It costs a little over $500,000 a year per each facility to have 2 private security guards on site 24/7, 365. That is not fully funded for the current fiscal period, and that's what the $30,000 would help fill. The on-site security is also a requirement of the conditional use permit that the 2 HRCs have. The council was wondering about the boundaries of these security services. Are they only in the building, or is it also outside and in the surrounding area? It's both. So the security guards, when able, because it depends on what's happening, what the incidents are of the day, they can leave their main post at the entrance and they will patrol the boundaries of the property, but also the adjacent blocks. Now, of course, a security guard does not have the same authority and ability as a police officer, so it's more of a monitoring and a discussion role, similar to the ambassadors, and then they would contact the police or other services based on what they observe in the surrounding area. And then a reminder that the city did receive funding from the State Homeless Shelter Cities Mitigation Grant to form 2 new police squads that are dedicated to the homeless resource centers and the surrounding areas. So the need for the private security that they currently have, hopefully when those squads finish training and begin to patrol on site, that will make it easier for the current private security guards that are working there.
And that funding was ongoing from the state.
It's subject to appropriation and application by the city every year. The city has applied for the funding next year to continue both of those squads and to add a couple more officers in addition.
Right, okay. Thank you.
And then item A3 is a request for $500,000 from general fund balance to reconstruct a tennis court at the D. Glen Tennis Center. And I sent an email this morning at 11:07 with some recent information about this. The Public Lands Department, in response to the council, shared a spreadsheet that has the condition of all the tennis courts and pickleball courts in the city. There are 79 different courts. And what they concluded is 3 of the 4 tennis courts at D. Glen are in good condition. It's the 4th that was damaged by drainage and to some extent by the earthquake that's requested to be reconstructed. At the last briefing, some of the council members had brought up geographic equity concerns since the city's recent investments in tennis were on the east side. And the worst condition tennis courts in the city are at Fairmont Park. These are the 4 that are on the corner of 900 East and Sugarmont Avenue next to the Boys and Girls Club. And the other 4 that are in the worst condition are on the west side at the Warm Springs Park and the Fire Station Tennis, which is at 10th West and 300 North.
I think the Fairmont ones are part of the discussion we have on the Fairmont Park. Is that part of the Fairmont Park area?
That's correct,
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Andrew just let me know he has a little more information on the pilot program for disposal of black water. This is the $10,000 for vouchers.
Okay, let's pivot to that.
Yes, council members, a little delayed. I apologize about that. The options available to the city for this kind of collection are not necessarily vouchers where someone would have a voucher and go to a facility and drop it off there. The options we have are for a mobile team from the facilities to come out to where individuals are at. We also need to involve the county health department because it is a serious county health issue as well in that process. So I just want to clarify, it wouldn't be vouchers given out to individuals in RVs. It would be mobile units being called out to locations where they're located.
Okay, so it'd just be the communications, and instead of going to a disposal unit, a mobile unit will come to your RV, but you have somehow you have a voucher for them to pay for that, or
Yeah, that is correct.
they have a voucher to do that work for you.
Yeah, and so we'd have to be coordinating through the city or this county health department as
In
well.
the county health department, okay. Ollie, did you have,
Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
Yeah, I have a quick question, follow up on that. That's great, Andrew. Thank you for the update on that. Is there any way to find out how far $10,000 is going to go, or is this we're trying to learn through this experiment? Do we have any idea how much a dump costs? Is this going to be just last us a few months? Is this going to be maybe close to a good guess, an educated guess, or we are just flying a little blind on it?
I think we've gotten an estimate from one company about mobile, and it's more expensive than going to their location, obviously. I think we'd just be making guesses about how far that would go. But I would assume 10,000 will last us quite a while. It'd be a lot of dumps.
Councilmember Balamos.
So Andrew, I didn't quite understand. So we still have to talk to the county. So hopefully they will say, sure, I'm gonna go and give the vouchers I'm gonna go try find the RVs and give them the vouchers, and then, not the vouchers, sorry, and then they will have a mobile where people can dump their gray water or black water too?
So the county health department has jurisdiction over these issues countywide. So if there is a report of an RV or a vehicle dumping things into the Jordan River, the county needs to be aware of that, and they would have to investigate as well. We could still work out a process wherein how we'd figure out who sends out, say, the mobile team from a third. It's a private company who does this,
Okay.
who would go out to the location and could collect them either on an on-call basis or maybe a rotating concept. But we have a lot of details to work out in that process because, as you can imagine, if you have a rotating set of locations, people are going to go to those locations and wait for them pickup, right? So we'd have to work out a lot of those details to figure out that process still.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Andrew.
I don't know if there was anything more on the tennis court item, or if we're good.
I'm just reading here. It just seems that there's no funding at this time for the Warm Springs Fire Station.
That's correct.
Okay.
They were included as applications to the CIP process the last 2 fiscal years, but they were not funded.
Mr. Chair.
Ed.
This East Side tennis courts, how long have they been in rough shape? If that is, do we have any information about this? And obviously, equity is an important aspect to most of us, all of us, and I want to make sure that we make that consideration when we decide about these monies.
Kristen's here.
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Pui. Yeah, so the cracks were first noticed right after the earthquake, which was in 2020. I don't recall the date. And the thought from engineering is that the water that is seeping under those tennis courts had eaten away at the foundation, and possibly the earthquake moved that area enough to start it cracking. And it's when we get big water events, they're noticing more cracks. So it's been a couple years.
Yeah, and how long have been the fire station tennis courts in rough shape, considered in rough shape?
Oh, significantly longer. Yeah, those are quite old courts. So I think it is. I don't have it pulled up right now. I could find out, but it's been many years, longer than I've been here, which is 7. Same with the Warm Springs Park. Those also have been in not good condition for quite a long time.
Yeah, obviously that point by itself is, Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm just jumping. Obviously that point by itself is important to me. I mean, we have some courts that have been, not in maybe the greatest shape for 7+ years, and some courts that are being damaged right now, in the last 2 years. Obviously, we wish to do all of them, but I feel like we need to exercise what we preach as far as equity, and we need to put our money where our values are on that. So that's where I stand on that issue.
Thank you, because they're, coming from the spreadsheet, they've been on the CIP request for the last 3 years, but just not funded at this time. Was that to change them to pickleball courts or keep them as tennis courts?
Sorry, say that again?
Was that to make them pickleball courts or is that to keep them as tennis courts? The CIPs?
Well, usually when we reconstruct those, we will go back out to the community to see what they're looking for. So it could be tennis, it could be pickle, it could be a combination.
And
yeah.
it could be more than just one court on this one. It could be, sometimes, there's 2 courts or 1 court together.
Yeah, there's 2 courts at each site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I think we're good, Mr. Chair.
I think we're good.
So one other item, just learned the A5, the placeholder for Glendale Park, in case the bond didn't pass. The administration is no longer requesting to withdraw it. They're requesting to modify it. And I'll let the administration speak to that.
So I'll start, and then I'll hand it off to Kirsten. So as we were going through the timeline for the GO bond and looking at projects and funding, and then selling the bonds, and then coming back for a budget amendment, we're looking at probably at least 4 months, probably 4 to 6 months. Glendale has a requirement that this has to be activated by April of 2024. With that said, they will not be able to receive this funding and get it activated by April of 2024. I think Kirsten can explain the project a little bit. They do have a little bit under $1 million right now sitting in impact fees, but it is not enough funding to truly activate this park, and Kirsten can go ahead and speak to this.
Yeah, thank you. So Phase 1 has been designed with the consultants to include the drive, the parking, restrooms, playground, and then just some minor amenities, which includes landscaping, benches, that kind of thing. And that phase cannot be completed with $1 million. I just, since this kind of all came up real quickly, I just checked in with our staff, and they feel like if we scaled it back to just do the $1 million, we probably wouldn't get the same caliber of a contractor to do the project as we would if we included this adjustment into it to to have a full project. In addition, we'd have to ask our consultants to go back and rescope the project so that we could bid it out as a smaller rescoped project. And then we could possibly start the drive and the parking area, but we probably couldn't do, depending on how the bids came in, but we probably couldn't do that and the restroom or that and the playground. And so it would be a different kind of a contractor that you're bidding out to do just a parking area and a drive than it would be if you're doing kind of a phase 1 of a playground area.
Thank you. Just a question on the funding, and if you could, we have funding allocated, appropriated, one of
Yes.
those words, for the Glendale Park in the bond.
Yep.
And we have this, and we're requesting this $3 million? Is that what it is on the budget amendment?
That's actually a good clarification. So there's about 1 million remaining from a previous appropriation. So is the request an additional 2 million for a total of 3?
It's what was put on the budget amendment, which I don't have in front of me right now.
Oh, so it's the 4.35
4.35.
plus the 1 million that's remaining from the
What-
previous appropriation.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could we, if we were to vote to approve this budget amendment for that 4 million, when the bond is comes through, the bond funding comes through, can we use that bond funding to pay back the 4 million that we use here, or how can?
I wouldn't suggest that.
Okay.
And the reason that I wouldn't is it really affects your impact fee waterfalls. As soon as we start taking those expenses out, then we've got to figure out how to put those expenses back in, because as I've explained before, impact fees is revenue first in,
First
is
out.
first out.
Right.
And as soon as I start taking those out and then I've got to add them back in, it could become a mess.
Okay.
So I would suggest that you just use impact fees, and then that gives you an additional amount of funding from bonds to do maybe an additional project at Glendale, something of that sort.
Okay, okay.
It probably will be important for us to receive whatever it is you're telling us right now in writing as an amendment to this budget opening. And then that really raises the question of how can we avoid this in the future? Why is it coming up now? How is it, how can we not have brand new requests come to the council from the table on issues like this? But at a minimum, if we could get the department chair to give us the written material through the mayor's office.
It was written up, budget amendment. It was A5 on your staff report. And so that hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. It was just that we had
So we
talked
don't need,
about.
there's nothing new. So if the council just adopts the budget amendment as it is, then there's nothing.
That's correct. So the reason that we were going to pull it is we thought we would be able to get the bond funding, and then we could just say, okay, we don't need, it was kind of a placeholder if we didn't get bond funding in time to
Right.
do phase one,
Right.
right? And so when we found out that bond funding was probably going to be a little bit more delayed, it's going to affect our completion of that phase one for the federal guidelines for the Land and Water Conservation Fund that we are required to
Part
open
is
the park
new.
by.
Okay, so that isn't not new.
No,
Okay?
that's
I mean,
not
what
new.
I'm saying is, you wouldn't be at the table if there was nothing new. So, Mary Beth, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we will update with an amended budget amendment and take out the portion, the GO bond portion of the write-up. So we will
Okay.
do that, and we will get
Okay.
that to you.
And then try to avoid in the future, so that, because we must have known before this minute. I mean, Public Lands must have known something before right this minute. I'm hoping.
We will take care of that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fowler.
So, question on the bonds. Why would we not be able to issue the bonds before April of 2024, such that we would be able to have it at least? And let me ask this question as I'm looking at the staff report. It's the Land and Water Conservation Fund that we used to purchase the land, right? Which has the federal requirement saying that we have to do something by April 27th of 2024. So why, we knew that we were hoping for the bond. So can you walk me through the phases of the bond and why we can't get it encumbered to the point that it would satisfy federal regulations by April of 2024?
I don't think it's encumbered funds. I think it's actual built. So it has to be built by April of 2024. That is the constraint. So if we don't come to you with a bond proposal, within the next, say, January, and then we go out to sell the bonds, and then we come back for a budget amendment, I'm looking at probably April or May until you all adopt that budget so that funding becomes available to spend.
April of 2023.
April or May of 2023, probably more in the May-ish is what I would suspect. So that means they have from May of 2023 to April of 2024 to complete the spending and activation.
And by the federal regulations, what is the definition of activation? It is the plan that, did we have to provide a plan to the feds and say, here's what we want and here's what we're planning on, and they did a checkbox and walk me through that, Kristen?
Yeah, so we met with them, and they want a portion of the park open for public use. And so what we did is we kind of said, well, what does that look like? And can it just be an open field where people can play soccer? And they said no. It needs to be some sort of amenity that is activated in the park. And so we suggested, what about a playground? So they said yes. And so that was approved to have the playground open by that date. They're fully aware that we were putting forward this bond and that we are hoping to have a lot more happen at that site. And so they've allowed us to have this kind of smaller piece be open by that deadline.
And you don't think that you can have a playground built in a year?
Yes, but it has to go out to bid, and then you have to, Tom can speak to this,
Sure,
but there
I
is
recognize the process
Yeah.
of everything,
Right.
but you don't think that that whole process could be done in a year?
well, once we need the funding so that we can start the process. And
So
no,
if we
that's going to
just heard
take
from
more.
Mary Beth that like in May of 2023, like best case scenario, everything goes perfectly. May of 2023, you have money in your bank account ready to be spent from the bond. You don't think from May of 2023 to April of 2024, a playground could be built?
I think it could, but I think it might not also. So I think it would just be really tight. And so for comfort reasons, engineering has asked to start this process and get the bids out by March this year of 2023.
Councilmember Valdez.
Mary Beth, so if, I think I understand what Councilmember Fowler is saying, so can we use any other funds to do this? Like in case the best case scenario doesn't happen, instead of these funds that it's being requested now, like we can use impact fees or okay, and then.
This is requesting impact fees
Oh,
for
this
this
is
budget
requesting the
amendment.
impact fee, sorry, I thought it
I
was.
mean, you could use, the only other funding you would have is general fund
General
fund
fund
balance.
balance, okay. Right, thanks.
All right, continue, Ben.
I don't have any further items.
Okay, and this is up for?
The
further-
public hearing is tonight, and the vote is scheduled for next Tuesday. So we'll, in between now and then, we'll get updated information through the mayor's office about the modification to this item, so we can include that in the packet for the public as well as for the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, we're moving on to item number 5. And that's the resolution, $6 million deeply affordable housing grant awards. Ben's staying at the table, Andrew, and I saw Tammy.
This is the first briefing, although the council may recall from September, in budget amendment number 3, you approved $6 million to create deeply affordable housing. This is intended to be either transitional housing or permanent supportive housing. And one of the criteria was to have units available by May of 2023, when the emergency winter overflow shelter is going to close. The administration put the funding out to an open and competitive bid. There were 5 applications that were received. And there's a handout in front of you with Exhibit A, and on the flip side is Exhibit B. This is from the transmittal, but we thought it'd be helpful to give you a hard copy today. Exhibit A is the summary of the individual projects, and note that the 5th one on the far right side, Ville 1659, also applied for funding as part of the RDA's NOFA. So they are seeking funding from both pots. And Exhibit B, on the flip side, is the financial gap summary. The amounts in orange are the funding gap that has not been secured, and purple is the amount that is requested from the $6 million pot. The administration is recommending $2 million awards to 3 of the 5 applications. This is the medically vulnerable interim housing, the Point at Fair Park, and Ville 1659. I'll let Andrew and Tammy speak a little bit more about those projects, but before that, I wanted to highlight some of the policy questions. And in the additional info section of the staff report, there's a breakdown of the bed types, so a single bed, a studio, 1 bedroom, as well as the leverage ratio, so how much money would be coming from external sources for every dollar that's coming from the city. Since those two come up in housing discussions periodically, we thought it'd be helpful to provide. Some of the policy questions about the medically vulnerable housing. This would be a new housing type that's not currently available in the regional housing market. It's also located outside of city limits. The location has not been disclosed since negotiations are ongoing, but it does raise some policy questions for the council. You could discuss with the administration how this would expand the city's role, using general fund dollars for a private housing development outside of city limits. That would be new. You could also ask if the proposed property complies with zoning or how it would be brought into compliance in the different municipality. If the city could get priority access to some of the beds, if the city is a primary funder. And then what contingencies would there be if, for some reason, the development is not able to proceed, and how would the ongoing operating costs be handled? Some of the other questions are about not concentrating poverty on the west side. 2 of the 3 projects, the Point at Fair Park and Ville 1659, they are located on the west side and they're in the North Temple corridor. The previous discussions on this policy goal have talked about balancing the affordable housing with economic development investments. So if you wanted to continue that discussion, you could. The other policy items are the length of the affordability term. The administration is proposing 30 years. You could request longer affordability terms. Previously, the council expressed a preference for 50 years to try and align the life of the building with the benefit that taxpayers would be receiving. There's no requirement. I understand 25 years is what the state Utah Housing Corporation requires, and 30 years is what the RDA has in policy. And the last questions are about, would any tenants at the motels that would be converted, would any of the tenants be displaced? Could they use relocation assistance? And the first step house application, they might be eligible for the high opportunity housing in the RDA, the 2.7 million that's been available for several years. You could ask if they are in a high opportunity area and if they'd be able to apply, since that's kind of an open NOFA for anyone to apply to when they have a project. With that, I'll turn it over to Andrew and Tammy for a presentation.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Tammy?
We have a quick presentation to run through. If we could go to the next slide. So I think Ben covered most of this, but I would like to point out that this is a unique pot of money that the City Council recommended based on the mayor's suggestion to target funding to expand the number of units available to persons experiencing homelessness. So this is really the most difficult to develop housing. So the funding was intended to be provided as grants due to the limited cash flow that these types of projects generate. And CAN did expedite a competitive application process, which was issued via SideQuest. It was noticed publicly, open for 2 weeks. Since the funding was intended to target projects that are likely already under development in process, it was a shorter application process to try to expedite and get this money into productive use in a quick manner. If you could go to the next slide. Ben already went through most of these, but it was the mayor and the council's intent to really fund quite a few units, so projects that are offering at least 100 units of new permanent supportive housing or transitional housing, as Ben mentioned, have the units open by the time the overflow shelter closes. and have the majority of funding sources from non-city sources. And it was anticipated that many of these projects would be some of the existing motels that are currently already in process to convert into this type of housing. If you could go to the next slide. So our application process closed on October 4th. We received the 5 applications totaling 1.9 million. We did convene a review committee. The attorney's office advised that we could run this similar to like an RFP review committee, since this is a special, unique, one-time source of funding. We comprised a committee with Housing Stability, RDA, and Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board representatives. And the funding recommendations that the committee generated are attached as Exhibit A to the resolution. If we could go to the next slide. This is the summary of applications, and Ben printed out the larger table for you as a handout. So the first 2 were not recommended by the committee for funding. That is Atkinson Stacks, which is the developer's housing assistant management enterprise, which is the development arm of the Housing Authority. And this is a great project that they are getting under their belt. They're acquiring the Box 500 project next to Pamela's Place, the permanent supportive housing project. They're on 5th West, and the Box project is the project that's going up that's comprised of shipping containers. So they're acquiring that project and converting it into permanent supportive housing to leverage some of the services they're providing at Pamela's Place. And this is a great project. The committee really was interested in funding the project. They just felt that it didn't align with the mayor and the council's intent to have the units open by the time the winter overflow shelter comes. The Housing Authority's projecting that this project won't come online until 2024, as they're applying for low-income housing tax credits and other sources of funding. And then the First Step House Recovery Housing Project is a really needed and great project. It's 16 units, and it's targeted to those with substance use disorders and co-occurring mental health conditions. But the committee felt that First Step House was requesting 59% of the total development cost from the city, and one of the objectives that was passed was that the majority of funding sources came from non-city sources. So that left the remaining 3 that the committee recommended funding for, and I'll go through those in greater detail. The first one, as Ben talked about, is the medically vulnerable, which the developers shelter the homeless, and this is the one that is outside of city boundaries. It's the acquisition and conversion of an aging motel. The total project cost is $19 million. They requested $2.5 million, and the funding committee is recommending $2 million, which represents 10.5% of the total development cost. Funding has already been allocated through the county and the state, and the funds, if secured through the city, would allow for acquisition and startup of the project. This is interim housing for frail and medically vulnerable. The interim housing model does not require clients to pay rent. Medical services and case management would be provided, while case management would help secure more long-term permanent housing. And there would be 98 units. 81 of these units are double rooms, so that would serve 162 individuals. The project is located near transit. The current zoning is in like a transit type zone, and it does allow for a flexible use in that zone. However, a conditional use permit is needed for the types of services. So they're working on getting that conditional use permit. And the city that this is located in they're working on getting a conditional or a temporary land use permit to allow them to open and operate while they're securing the longer term conditional use permit. They're planning on closing by March 1st, and if all the funding sources fall into line, the project would be completed by April of 2023. The Point at Fair Park is the next project. The developer is Friends of Switch Point. This is 130 North, 2100 West. It's also the acquisition and conversion of an aging motel. The total project cost is $16 million. They requested $2.5 million. The committee recommended $2 million, which represents a 12.5% of the total development cost. They did secure funding through the state to allow for acquisition of the property. This would be permanent housing targeted to seniors and veterans at 40% AMI and below, many of whom have experienced homelessness. They're anticipating that many of the tenants in this project would have tenant-based vouchers, which like VASH, vouchers for veterans, that would provide the tenant to just pay 30% of their income towards rent. These would be 94 units of studio apartments. The current zoning allows for the use, but it is in an airport flight path protection overlay zone. So Switchpoint has submitted a zoning map amendment to the planning division to request this property to be removed from that airport flight path overlay zone, similar to the Point project that Switchpoint worked on that is relatively close. The project is under demolition currently. They're still cobbling together all their funding sources, and they do project, with all the funding sources falling into line, that they could start serving, they'd phase the opening and start serving populations in January. And then finally, Ville 1659 is at 1659 West North Temple. It's also the acquisition and conversion of an aging motel. 18.25 million is the total project cost. 2.5 million was requested. The committee recommended 2 million, which represents 11% of the total development cost. They are applying for the RDA loan, and we do recognize that that adds a layer of complexity. We were trying to get, due to the timing of the homeless funds, we're trying to get those out and allocated as soon as possible with that April target to get the units open. But the RDA NOFA is still in process. The project has received funding from the state. This would be permanent housing for persons experience homelessness and other vulnerable populations. It would be restricted to those with incomes at 30% of the area median income and below. But this project is a little unique in that rents would be set at fair market rent. So effectively, all of the tenants would need a tenant-based voucher to cover the difference in rent. It would be 197 studio apartments. It's allowed under the current zoning. They're planning on closing on the property by December 15th. The developer actually has an agreement with the current property owner and has already begun work. So they are still, it depends on acquiring all these funding sources, but they still are hoping to have the project open by April or May of next year. So to close, the $6 million in funding would provide a lot of needed housing in the community. It would be, I think it's 450 persons could be housed if the council goes with the recommendation committee's recommendations. That's all I have.
Thank you
That
very
was a
much.
lot of information.
No, it was great. I
Mr.
appreciate
Chair.
that. It was nice to have this hard copy because it's good to be able to walk through it and also scribble at the same time. So this is good. My notes. Council, any questions at this time? I have a few. So I appreciate this. I think this is a great program, and I'm glad you hit that number. I added up to 465, but I'll take the 450, either one. If we can take 450 people off the streets, put them in some permanent supportive housing care, that is a wonderful opportunity, especially coming right after winter. So that's an awesome endeavor for the city and for these three locations. I'm going to go back to I like the policy questions. I think 30 years is fine. Some of these are older buildings, so they're already past probably 20 years, maybe more, maybe already 30. So they're going to age out. So we don't need to go to 50 is my, or whatever number.
Mr. Chair, if I could add a piece of information that may be helpful. The many of these projects received funding through the State Office of Homeless Services and through the $55 million that the legislature allocated for homeless housing, and they're putting a 25-year deed restriction on. So 2 of our applicants are actually willing to go to 50 years. So
Then I'm willing to,
yeah.
in that case. On the medically vulnerable outside the city limits, but I look at the bigger picture and say it's still important for us to house people. They may be outside of our city limits, but they are still our residents as far as Utahns, county, city, families and friends. And this Shelter the Homeless stepped up to the plate. It's nice that it's not in the city, but we should support that effort because it still impacts us because they're our neighbors and they are vulnerable. So I think we should be able to support that need. The question on the 1.8 for the Ville from the RDA. If we were to approve this, they could still continue on and possibly keep this step going, because I think they were going to do 25 a month or some. They were phasing in units at that place. Could they do that without the 1.8 until the 1.8 comes in from the RDA? Does that make sense? Can they work through this without the RDA money?
I mean, they do have an agreement with the current property owner. They have not closed. They're under a purchase and sale agreement. They were hoping to have both funding sources locked in to be able to close by December 15th, but the RDA NOFA is taking a little bit longer. So they have begun work. They have an agreement with the current property owner to fully order all of the materials that they need. There's like a 10-week lead time on that. So the developer may be online in viewing the meeting, so they might be able to better speak to it. But I believe the project would still move forward. It just may be a little bit delayed without the RDA piece being locked in. And if the RDA piece isn't locked in, they will have to pursue other funding sources, which they're preparing to do as a backup plan.
Okay, thanks. Now on the Atkinson stack, they will just have to look for other funding because they're looking for $2.5 million. So they could go to other RDA funding or other streams to get that funding for that project.
Yes, they are looking at RDA funding. They're looking at, I think, other sources from the county. They're looking at low-income housing tax credits. So they're still in the early phases of assembling their capital stack on that one.
Thanks. I think Ben's had some great policy questions, as usual. And I think they were on point as far as probably nice to have answers to those.
Okay. Yeah, we can have whatever written responses are available for next week.
Okay. And thank you very much, Tammy. Councilmember Barbara-Wallace.
Thank you. I have some questions just because I met with another group that does permanent supportive housing in my district. And so we were just talking about the challenges that sometimes this type of housing has, especially with the case managers. Some of them in my district are sober living, some of them are not, and so they, the population, some of the populations are really hard to work with, and so I'm definitely in support of permanent supportive housing. I think that's where we ought to go to help our unsheltered folks that are dealing with mental health issues and maybe substance abuse disorders and other behavioral issues. And I think we need to, it seems like as a community, as a society, we're getting there with the housing, like we're doing everything we can, obviously. Salt Lake City leads. We're here yet again talking about additional money for more housing. The only, I guess, question or worry or concern that I have is that here it says that everybody will have on-site supportive services, and some groups are what you call it, are having some issues and troubles getting the enough case managers, enough support staff to help these folks that are living there. So I wonder if you guys have any idea who is going to be providing those services. Are they equipped, financially, for how long are they planning? How many staff will there be there? And is it going to be sustainable? Because that's one of the questions that I had yesterday. Like, we all want to do the right thing, but are we equipped to do it, right? Like, do we have, because right now, great, the building is there. So this is one of the biggest steps, but the next step is, how are we going to help people that are living there? And how do we make sure that we are sustainable? Otherwise, we have people burning. Case managers are humans like us, and also, might get tired of dealing with certain very difficult populations. So we have to make sure that we have enough case managers, clinicians, whichever professionals we need, and for how long. And do you have those answers for these groups at all?
They're all very different projects. So I think if you looked at the Fair Park point at Fair Park, that's an expansion of the current point from Switch Point. And their model was using a third-party provider who would bill Medicaid for services, as well as their social enterprise funds would come in to subsidize some of those things. Your point about the challenge of attracting staff is valid across the board, but SwitchPoint is using that model for their funding structure and how they deliver services to primarily veterans and those who are a little older. Ville Properties is going to have a new nonprofit on site called Mental Health America Utah, I believe. It's peer-to-peer based, and so they've got a group that'll have office space on site, have peer support specialists doing mental health work there. I think it's also planned to have some walk-in access as well, limited, but focus on the clients there, and they're a third party again. The medically vulnerable program that would be in another city right now is a joint venture with Shelter the Homeless and also the 4th Street Medical Clinic. And 4th Street has its own funding structure, Medicaid access, those kind of services. So they would be handling the services there on site. It would be pretty similar to what happened at the Ramada last winter, where they used the individual motel rooms for folks who are over the age of 60 or had medical conditions. Very similar model, transposed in another location permanently.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure that, as we go through this process, that the developers or the groups that are trying to do the right thing are also talking to the right groups, like the state and the county, so that they can get as much mental health support and behavioral support as possible, because it is a challenging population, and we're doing, I feel like Salt Lake City is doing we're doing our part. Our part is to help with the building, with the capital improvements, and we're here and most likely saying yes, and we're on. We want the rest of the groups as well to be on board, so that it doesn't fall into anybody's, like it doesn't fall through the cracks, and then we're back here talking about how many officers should we get so that we can control certain behaviors that are happening outside this permanent supportive housing. I don't want to talk about that anymore. We talk about this a lot.
I think we could come back with actual ratios. And one of the benefits of our recommendations here, these entities have also gotten funding through the state process, and the state's also asking similar questions about what is your client to case manager ratios, those kind of questions. We could ask and get those numbers back, I believe, as well, if that'd be helpful.
Right, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good, nice questions. Cindy?
Councilmember Valdemoros and I had a conversation yesterday about the same thing, and I'm wondering if what you're asking is whether there's something that you can do to require the ratios, like make it a condition of the funding, or make it a condition of whenever you're asked to do conditional uses or things like that. And is that something that we could check with the attorney's office about, or would the rest of the council be interested in us following up on that?
Yeah, because I do know that there's a requirement on caseworkers per individuals, and I know it's different for under 23 and in this population. So I think it would be nice to know that funding, I think is the question, is that funding
So there are requirements based on your license, if you're licensed with the state, for a certain number of staff per client, and based on the age, it changes. What we're talking about is something that's probably best practices more than anything else. So it would be consulting with, to your discussion the other day with the provider, what's best practices? Is it 1 to 20? Is it 1 to 16, 15, whatever it is? And then you can have the discussion of what you feel comfortable with. I think that would be more in that realm rather than a legal realm,
Right.
licensing at least.
And I think what we were talking about yesterday is it sounded like the frustration is high in the community about providers thinking that they will be able to manage and then not being able to once they're on the ground there, and then not meeting those ratios. And so just, whether to make those, from the city's perspective, some formal requirement or something. I don't know.
I mean, I would be okay with a formal requirement, just because then that forces the conversation beyond just the city, getting funds from the city for capital improvements. We're actually talking about what the issue is here. We're taking care of the housing portion. We, as a society, we need to take care of the mental health behavioral portion. And so I think if we can make it a requirement that we, however that looks, so that, to let the providers know and the people asking for these funds that we're serious about homelessness and we're serious about helping people where they're at, and we ought to be talking. We have to have a plan. We can't just have a plan of just the housing. We have to have a plan for the support, for the supportive services, because that's what we're providing. Like, that's what we want to do collectively. We want to have permanent supportive housing, and the support part is very important to me. Now that we all seem like we're more interested in, like different agencies and different levels of government in housing, I think I'd like to talk about the support like now as well.
Oh, yeah, I think you got to both.
Yeah, we have to, you ought to keep talking about both things.
So,
hand in
Mr.
hand.
Chair, I believe, if I'm not incorrect, and maybe Katie Lewis can correct me with your great memory, with the overflow of the former Ramada Inn last winter, there were some requirements in the council's, I don't know if it's a temporary land use or the funding piece, might have been the funding piece, about ratios. That may be something we could look at, if I remember correctly.
I believe that's accurate, and I just need to go back and look at the documents from that time, but we could provide it to you all.
I believe it was if I remember correctly, it was the funding request to the city for some of those funds that had some stipulations in there that we could come back with if that would be helpful.
Great.
That would be nice before we make a decision. Thanks.
I think that approach was also recently used with the Youth Homeless Resource Center.
Right.
I think that had similar conditions, so we can check that as well.
Yeah. And it's also, I think that whether it's just federal law or state laws on some of that staffing levels, because I remember they were talking about under 23 and over 23 was
Right.
different requirements.
And we want to recognize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
you.
I don't see any other questions. That was a great discussion. And I look forward to the answers to these, because this is a wonderful program. I'd love to see it succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're moving back, Council, we're moving back to item number 3. And I'm looking at Kate Bradshaw, informational state legislative briefing. And an update from Kate. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me come join you for a bit today. As we head into the legislative session, I wanted to give an update to the full council. Some of this will be a little bit of a repeat for those of you that are serving on the legislative committee, but since several of you do not have that opportunity, wanted to share some of these important updates with the full city council. First off is that last week we had our pre-session combo team meeting to connect two very important teams. There is an internal policy team that we sometimes call the Mob Marauders, that is made up of your department heads or policy area experts We've kind of grabbed a subset of people that help us cross different policy areas, that have deep background in the city, and can help us review bills and policy issues to get that deep dive we need. That group has been meeting monthly during the legislative interim. The interim is often a time where you're doing a deeper look at a policy as a legislative committee is exploring the issue. So they've been meeting monthly to help kind of structure and guide some of those issues in this interim period. The other key team is, of course, your external lobbying team, and that team plays a very different role, stationed up at the state capitol during the legislative session. They don't meet as frequently during the interim, but we're kind of reaching that time period where there's kind of a knowledge transfer and handoff from one team to the other. Not that the internal policy team stops their important work. But this last week, we brought those two teams together to start that deeper debrief of issues from your internal team to briefing the lobby team on the issues that they're going to need to know about. We also have started, and this is mostly a project that has been spearheaded by Cindy Lou, to rebuild the city's bill tracking system, a custom tracking system. The last 2 years, we've done a hybrid of systems, and often it's been a duplicate entry of bills, and it's been very labor intensive. So Cindy Lou has helped spearhead coming up with the building of a system. And so just this month, she has started training all of your city department heads and the people designated within departments to enter and review bills on how this new system will work. I have been part of some of those discussions about how the system will look, what we need on the external side in terms of quick information and the ability to download tracking lists. The lobby team that has requested logins will actually do our training next week. So we're excited about that and about that project. The internal policy team, and by the way, these are a group of people that kind of have signed up for extra duty during the legislative session. They will continue meeting twice a week during the legislative session. Generally, we meet on Monday and Thursday evenings once the legislature's concluded for the evening to review new bill files that have come in, go through the internal tracking list, help guide bills to where they need to be on that tracking list. And of course, those of you that currently serve on the legislative committee and those that may shift as you change over on some of your leadership positions next year, we will begin meeting weekly in the legislative session. We have been meeting, we've kind of felt because of some of the meaty issues this year to increase that cadence to every 3 weeks has been the schedule for kind of the second half of the interim. But that will be increasing to weekly once we begin the legislative session. I wanted to hit on a couple of the priority issues kind of at a high level, and then some of the other areas of interest that are already on our radar, and remind you of some of the bill files we already have open at the city's request. I'm happy to take questions at any point, so feel free to interrupt. The two biggest policy areas that we see as priorities for the upcoming session are homelessness and land use and housing. The topic of homelessness and some of the issues we see coming in terms of changes to HB 440, which was the bill that guided the siting of the overflow shelter, challenges in mental health treatment for those experiencing homelessness, and funding broadly in that policy space were topics that we spent the last legislative committee hearing diving into in a big way. It's such a big, dense policy issue. Just that area took all of the discussion time for our last meeting. And so those areas broadly dealing with the HB 440 changes, all things touching on mental health and treatment and funding in that category are at the tippy top of our policy priority list. The next category, kind of tied for first place, is land use and housing. This is also a very big policy area, and it's got a lot of interest from a myriad of different parties involved in the legislative process. So we are expecting to see legislation involving short-term rentals and how they're regulated and how code enforcement happens. There's been some ideas floated by different parties about changes to public infrastructure districts. So we've talked a lot about PIDs, and are they shifting to DIDs, developer-led infrastructure districts? There's lots of discussions about a variety of different housing components, from moderate income housing plans, the requirements there, several different layers to changes in that area, along with all of the land use authorities essentially that cities have. Angela Price, who is the queen of making policy spreadsheets that help us track these issues, has generated just recently a new one for you on just the hot areas that are on our radar, that are not yet bills, but are likely to become bills. And those spreadsheets are very helpful for those of you that are on the legislative committee as we look at what's being proposed, what are the important considerations for the city, what are the policy values you want to see represented. So expect to see more of those coming for the next several weeks. The third big policy area is all things involving water. We are seeing kind of a resurgence of interest in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, Salt Lake exercises in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. That one goes through peaks and valleys. Every few years we have to revisit it. New legislators come in and have thoughts about those protections. And so in my time working with the city, I've seen it cycle already. So we're back. The Great Salt Lake and all of the efforts going into ensuring that water is reaching the lake, considerations about how we handle water policy in the state of Utah are very much on our radar as well. So those kind of round out what I'd call kind of the big three policy areas on our tracking list thus far. I can stop if anyone has any questions. Not marching on. Other policy areas, a perennial favorite, the inland port. We've seen obviously a big improvement in the relationship with the Inland Port Authority and how we interact with them via the legislature and how we interact with them on a myriad of different issues. The two issues kind of we see coming in that area is the port is obviously very interested in completing 7200 West. There's also, yet again, efforts and discussions about the best way to perhaps handle the cleanup of the landfill that Sitla currently owns. So we expect those to be the two areas that they're interested in fixes. Some of those might be legislative, maybe they won't need legislative fixes, but their staff is being very proactive in including us in their discussions of what their legislative agenda looks like, which is, as you're all aware, a significant shift from past years in dealing with the inland port. The next is railroad safety. Two different bills have been proposed. Your transportation staff has looked at both, believes they would be helpful to the city. One dealing with allowing for local governments to have an assessment on railroads for the cost of public infrastructure improvements involving the railroad, and one that would create a new office of rail safety that would help with monitoring and limiting the blockage of roads for Class 1 railroads. So we've got both of those on our radar for issues for the cities to support. The airport, we expect to see a couple, oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ali.
Who is sponsoring that?
The one dealing with the cost of infrastructure improvements is Representative Casey Snyder, and the Office of Rail Safety, it looks like it'll be Representative Mike Schultz, but given his majority leader assignments, don't be surprised if he perhaps designates that to a lieutenant, but he's at least been the mover to have it introduced and presented in the November interim hearings.
Okay, that's great. Because
very interested on that.
Same.
I thought those might be of interest to you. Airport, that's another area that there's occasionally bills that come up in that space. Two are areas in which we are proactively working on issues. The first deals with liquor licenses. With the completion of the next phase of the airport, there'll be more food vendors, more restaurants and bars at the airport. Of course, those licenses are set in legislative statute, so in order to deal with the expansion, we have to proactively seek changes there to make sure that that new space can have the licenses they need. They, of course, exist in a separate category than traditional bars and restaurant licenses, in a section dealing just with the airport, but we've proactively had conversations with the alcohol policy leads about what we expect and need as that completion of that new phase takes place. Second bill in that area that we're proactively seeking is a bill dealing with overlay zones. This is a bill to help, protect those important critical buffers around the airports with surrounding communities, to make sure that you're building things that are not going to create issues for the airport, doing their important job of landing planes. So we've worked with Senator Weiler to open that bill file. And then we expect that we may see some legislation, perhaps at the request of Delta, dealing with perhaps community redevelopment areas for the airport. Still probably an issue that's out there, not fleshed out. We've encouraged the Delta to be sure to have conversations with the city so we can connect them with the right experts to figure that out, but that's an issue on the radar. And then finally, an issue we've got our eyes on, but it does have a big price tag, but we are aware as the lobby team that is very important to many of you, is UTA and the free fare concept. It does have a challenge. The MPOs released a study that put a pretty significant price tag on going to a full free fare system of $35 million ongoing, but we've got it on the radar. It's at least making discussions. The state does have obviously significant surplus funds, $3 million in revenue surplus and another projected $3 billion. Sorry, did I say $3 million? $3 billion in surplus, another $3.3 billion in revenue growth. So there's a lot of money. It's going to probably be a question of priorities, and that a lot of that is going to be tied up in the income tax fund dedicated to education, higher education, and Medicaid. As I've mentioned, sorry.
Who's the sponsor on that one? I can't remember that one.
On free fares, it doesn't yet have a sponsor. It's been presented a couple of times in the Transportation Interim Committee, and what has held up the idea is this price tag, and that the leaders of that committee have not yet felt the state should necessarily fund the full $35 million. I think they are thinking that perhaps the local partners need to bear part of that price tag.
Okay, thanks.
Other bills that we have proactively asked for bill files to be opened and are expecting to move through the 2023 session for Salt Lake. A bill dealing with red light cameras for, it's very narrowly tailored for specific areas, school zones, construction areas where it's dangerous to do traffic enforcement, are the two areas it would require the city to proactively take some steps to put in place a policy, but it would enable you to do that in those areas where it's dangerous potentially to do that important traffic safety work. Mentioned the airport liquor license issue and the airport issue, and then we've proactively sought a clarification for the micro loans that the city gives out to make sure that those people who are coming and applying and sharing with you their very important private, personal financial info, that information can remain protected as they're seeking those micro loans, and Senator Bramble has agreed to carry that bill.
I just want to go back to the red light and the speeding cameras, because I'm tying them together, but do they have a sponsor yet also?
Sorry, Senator Jerry Stevenson.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yes, so he's agreed to carry that bill, and Representative Jefferson Burton in the House has agreed to be the floor sponsor. It's a very strong sponsorship duo for that bill in particular. A couple bills that don't yet have titles, but we saw previews of them in November that we're of course interested in. There was an audit, a statewide audit of RDAs across different local governments, how they were handling funds, the transparency of the funds, all of those types of things. The results from the audit were actually pretty good. No big glaring issues found. There were a few things the audit recommended to kind of tighten up how local governments across the board are dealing with those kind of transparency and record-keeping issues. So we do expect that Senator Harper will carry a bill on RDAs that will be kind of narrowly tailored to those audit recommendations. Danny Walls from your staff has been involved in those discussions, and at this point, not indicating any concerns that it should follow fairly closely those audit recommendations. We do expect an interesting bill dealing with wildland-urban interface and fire. Early on in the interim, this one did seem like it would try to involve extraterritorial jurisdiction involving the canyons. So we're watching this one. It's early drafts give us some cause for concern, potentially both on the public safety side and on the water rights side. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one. There's likely going to be a significant bill dealing with how all political subdivisions handle public notice. It's a little messy depending on what type of entity you are and what you're doing. And so the goal here from the state's perspective is to streamline and make it much easier to follow while still making sure the public knows where to find things and so they can attend when they want to. Cindy Lou helped us over the interim actually pull together your different elements of the city that are providing different types of public notice, whether it's your planning or engineering or the notices you're giving, obviously for city council meetings, so that we could kind of provide that feedback to the work group that the League of Cities and Towns has organized. So we expect to see that bill move through the session and likely won't hopefully be controversial. It'll be something where thoughtful people have all given good input to what makes sense in kind of a post-newspapers as our dominant way to get information world. And we expect that'll probably be carried by either Representative Beloy or Senator Thatcher as the chairs of the committee that's been hearing that issue. Finally, this looks like it'll be a big year for public retirement changes. Several different ideas and bills have been floated. Often they're dealing with how soon someone can return to work if they've retired from a political subdivision. So could be someone in public safety, could be a teacher. There's been some thoughts about people that are in the healthcare sector. The hard part with all of these bills is, of course, they often come with a pretty big price tag. When you're going to have someone that's retired come back. And so there's, at this point, 4 different legislators who have floated different ideas in different slices, either dealing with teachers, but of course then that impacts the whole retirement system, law enforcement, public safety types, and others, and a couple different competing ideas about how people can come back.
And that's like city public, county public, state public?
Well, when they change those rules, they kind of change them for everybody. So whether you're a police officer, for instance, that retires from Salt Lake City, or whether you retire from Unified, you're all kind of subject to these rules broadly. If you're in public safety, you have certain benchmarks for how long you have to work before you can retire. Your teacher threshold is a longer horizon before they can retire with full benefits. There was a significant piece of legislation, I believe it was in 2010, that created our 2 tiers of retirement. You'll often hear you have Tier 1 retirees and Tier 2. Tier 1 are under the traditional pension program under the Utah retirement system. Tier 2 employees are under the government equivalent of a 401k retirement system. They changed the years. You have to work a little bit longer, whether you're in public safety or a teacher, to trigger those now.
You're getting all into the weeds.
Yeah, way
there,
more
Kate.
details, but thank you.
I have a spouse that's a teacher. We tracked that one.
Okay.
So yes, but they all have pretty big fiscal notes is why they usually matter to the city. Whatever you change in that formula trickles to your budgets.
Gotcha, okay.
Mr. Chair. Kate, as I have probably pointed out in years past, but as we're looking at the public safety and any bills that come up with that, I'm always pushing for our 911 dispatchers as part of like the first responders in their retirement. So if there's any information or things there, it is important to me that we continue looking at how that are not always designated as first responders, but are, and their retirement system is probably the more vital part of that designation, if you will. So just maybe keep me updated on any of that if you hear something.
I will happily put that on the radar. And as you are very well aware, the public safety law enforcement tracking list is usually fairly robust. And then the subset on those retirements is, there's usually a handful. So we'll make sure that we flag those for you.
Thank you.
We have the one appropriations request that you are, I think, all aware of for the cemetery. We've heard word of maybe a couple other appropriations requests that would either be city-led or city-supported that we anticipate we'll probably bring to one of the next legislative committee meetings. And then I wanted to put two important dates on your calendar. First is Local Officials Day at the State Capitol. It's January 19th. It's the second day of the session. It's a good opportunity, obviously, to engage with the legislators that represent Salt Lake and all the other legislators that are there. So if you're able to attend, if you need the lobby team to help you with any introductions, just let us know that you'll be attending. And then, of course, January 31st, where Salt Lake will be the break host up at the legislature that morning. And we'll be communicating more details about what to expect.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Go right ahead.
I am going to bring this up real quick here regarding the UTA stuff, mostly because Ben just handed me the greatest printout of an email ever that just says reminder from past Amy, because I send emails being like, please remind me because I think this is a good idea.
It's like speaking from like Back to the Future came.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. But when we were at Revolution in Miami earlier this month or in November or whatever, there the price capping idea of like if you pay, if you can't afford to pay for a monthly pass, right? Because maybe you don't have the $50 right on hand, and so you end up paying every day for just a single fare ticket. But then let's say you get to that point where it's $50, then the rest of your time is free. Does that make?
I get it. It's like a cash flow issue. Someone needs to ride daily. Ideally, economically, they'd buy a monthly pass,
but they can't afford to do that.
Because of cash flow constraints. They're doing it daily, where they might exceed that $50 and actually spend $65 in a month.
Right, and so that $15 would be free, for example, or whatever, right? And so it was a really interesting idea, something, as we're talking about UTA and free fare, and thanks to Ben for reminding me, that maybe we can, in sub-ledge committee, or kind of brainstorm if that's something that we would be able to kind of talk with somebody as we're looking at the UTA stuff as maybe an alternative to right now, or something along those lines. But it's a really interesting concept, and especially as we're looking at equity throughout the city of people actually being able to afford public transportation. So maybe we can talk more on that.
I'll make a note that we.
You want the reminder from past Amy?
Actually, that would be really handy, and then we can make sure we put it on the next, because I think we're meeting next week for legislative committee, and then we can figure out if working it into a dialogue with UTA or the MPOs is the right spot.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Wharton and then Ali.
Just wanted to ask a little bit more about the cemetery appropriation request. So the Friends Board met last night, and they're wanting to be engaged in helping with that. I think they helped Parks work on the information that was requested from legislators about the significance of the cemetery. What can you just give me a little more details about that? Senator Weiler still doing the request?
Yes, Senator Weiler is still going to be the sponsor of the request. And you're right, the Friends have helped. One of the tasks we were asked by Senator Weiler and by Senator Jerry Stevenson, who's the Senate Appropriations Chair, was to help build a narrative about the special case for the Salt Lake Cemetery and why it is different than any other run-of-the-mill municipal cemetery. And so they helped build that case of what makes it unique and the unique challenges. So that's been very helpful. Senator Weiler has all those talking points right now. Things that the Friends could do that would be helpful. In legislative terms, legislators are going to, you all probably understand, they're going to get bombarded with information. And so the question is when is the right time to do it, where it won't be too early that it gets lost in the memory banks, but it's fresh enough to the decision they're making. So it would probably be helpful if we give them some assignments of legislators that are on the Appropriations Committee early in January, maybe starting the week before the session and the first couple weeks of the session, to be reminding those on that committee of these cool, unique facts. And then we will get a very short amount of time to testify. Senator Weiler will do the primary testifying when the request is presented, and we may get to do one additional person. And so at that point, we'll want to decide if it's the chair of the Friends group. Is it perhaps you, is the council member whose district includes the cemetery? Is it your parks director? Who is that right person? Because it's unfortunately one of those things where you've got a great story to tell and you get 5 minutes to tell it. But there's all that other time where they can be doing outreach, texts and emails and things like that to make the legislators aware of why this is a special case, and all of the new elements with the bond that you passed that make this the right time to fund it.
Okay. Well, if we could start getting an idea of what those assignments will be, so I can give them to them to start working on. I know they're very eager. And then also question about the free fare and legislators feeling like local partners need to contribute or step up. Are there other municipalities that are having those discussions that you know about that are wanting to do that? Have you heard anything about that?
So I think one of the challenges is that for the MPO that Salt Lake City's in, which includes rest of Salt Lake County and Davis and Weber, I think there's conversations that are happening with some of the Salt Lake County cities, but they aren't necessarily happening in the rest of the territory.
This area.
So there's probably some outreach that could be done to raise that as a priority with your sister cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is there something that we can do as council members to try to encourage that? Because I think that's something that, benefits, goes beyond the borders of any city or a county.
Oh, I totally
I'm bringing
agree
it up with
that
COG.
we're sharing the airshed, all of us.
Yes.
But I think it's got, the work would be perhaps at various League of Cities and Town events, Legislative Policy Committee, Local Officials Day, or other times where you're engaging with those other city councils and other mayors. I'm not hearing the same interest in it outside of a handful of cities right near you. So it would probably be doing some, maybe mapping some strategic partners in Davis County or Weber County or others to see if you can start to get a critical mass. And there probably are some strategic cities we could look at to think about.
I've been raising it at the COG meetings and the WFRC meetings. I just need to do it more one-on-one with those guys.
Yeah, or there's just a list of people that you think would be good to talk to. I'm just happy to start calling people. My last question is about ADUs and all of those conversations, and just making sure that that talk about ADUs is about housing, and providing more the focus should be on housing. Because I still get questions all the time about lots of different areas in not only my district, but in the city where, and I, have seen just in the last 2 years, sort of since, coming back, as we're coming back out of the pandemic, things like that, how many units are are being converted from housing units to vacation rentals or things like that. And just in my neighborhood alone and on my block alone. And I think if we had an idea even of how many, which, the current law makes it difficult to track exactly how many units are being used for rentals as opposed to housing. Even a change in that would, I think, make a significant difference so that we know, so we can measure the impact that ADUs are having as part of the housing discussion. And I say that as a proponent of ADUs.
Yes. So let me give you a little deeper update on short-term rentals, because there has been a fairly robust discussion involving the Unified Economic Opportunity Commission. We've talked about this before, it's kind of the new super committee involving both the governor's office and the legislative office. And that has been kind of one of the topics kind of underneath housing. It's been spun off to being led by a work group kind of being led by Representative Cal Musselman, who represents kind of the North Ogden area. The League of Cities and Towns has been kind of involved in a back and forth with the Property Rights Coalition. The League has had kind of a sub-work group of experts, of which, several of your Salt Lake City staff team have been part of providing good evidence and expertise into that work group. At this point, a lot of the negotiations have really broken down, quite frankly, between cities and the Property Rights Coalition. There are two areas that look like they will move forward. One is about short-term rentals having a sales tax license so that they actually pay the taxes that they're supposed to, the transient room tax, so that they're being treated like hotels. The second is a kind of a baby step in the direction I think you want to go, and that is that the not well language, which is the language that currently prevents cities from using it as the online listing as a primary enforcement tool. It's very gray how and when you can use it. This Representative Musselman has agreed to put in a clarification that it can be used as a part of an enforcement, but it can't be the sole thing that causes the code enforcement. It doesn't get it exactly what you want, but we are waging a deep battle on making sure that we try and get a handle on. There are many cities, not just Salt Lake, that are very much focused on housing versus short-term rentals and the impacts it's having on your affordable housing. We and in partnership with the League have not given up on it, but at this point, Representative Musselman has signaled, since we are so far apart from the PRC, that he doesn't feel like there's room for a bill there. Just to give you some example,
That clarification won't happen?
Yeah, I want to keep on this conversation, but we got to keep it a little bit shorter. We have a couple more questions from Councilmember Pulley.
Sorry.
So is that clarification language going to happen, or
The
probably
clarification of using it as clarifying that you can use it as a component, yes.
Okay.
The battle on the bigger housing is still ongoing.
Ali, did you have a question?
I'm okay, Mr. Chair, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I just need to ask for like a small group meeting or something, because for me, the legislative items are really important, and I want to be able to understand them more and be more involved in them, even though, you know, we only have 3 council members on the legislative subcommittee. So if there's a way to do that so that we can get a little bit more updates than just these council meetings, that'd be great.
Jennifer?
Yeah, in fact, we discussed with Kate the idea of having a availability for small group meetings, including for the legislative subcommittee meeting, because the legislative subcommittee frequently runs out of time in the time that they're talking because of some of these issues being important. So we're going to work with Kate to find some times between now and the session and make sure that everyone is invited.
Great.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Kate. And I look forward to those other meetings because we can get a little bit more in details on some of that stuff. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, council, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break till 3:15. We'll start up then. Thank you. City. Great to have you. We'll be moving on to item number 7, which is an informational briefing on the Cultural Core and the blocks update. We have Sylvia online to kick us off. We have Felicia, Lorena. Oh, Ben, are you going to kick us off? Dee and Jessica also. I see everyone's here.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. May I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. There are 2 briefings this afternoon, and the first is the Cultural Core required briefing. Second is the Downtown Alliance broader update on their ongoing efforts and programs. And Felicia will begin with an overview of the Cultural Core, and then Dee or Jessica will discuss Cultural Core programming, and then we'll have the Downtown Alliance presentation and then questions from council members. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Felicia.
Thank you.
I'm going to be Felicia for about 2 seconds, 30 seconds. I know we're pressed on time. We're so excited to be here. And I just wanted to say that this program and through our incredible Arts Council just has brought so much to our city in terms of vitality, community, and also incredible economic development opportunities, especially through a very difficult time, which has been recovery. So we will see that, and Felicia will take it from here. But this is an incredible program, and the Arts Council, with our partner, the DTA, they're doing incredible work with bringing culture, activities into our community, which is much needed.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here. And can we advance to slide 2, or where can I see those? Oh, great. Perfect. Next one, Ben.
We just have 3/4 of the screen over here, but we have a full one behind you over your left shoulder. And then we have it on our laptops in front.
So the second slide has text, but I'll just dive in. I thought I'd give you all a little bit of background on this initiative, since many of you are new since it started, and talk about the role of the Arts Council. In 2010, the City and County of Salt Lake seeded a partnership to promote and develop arts and culture in the downtown cultural core area, and established a taxing district to provide a reliable source of revenue for a 20-year period. These objectives of these funds are to create enhanced funding for audience development, marketing and promotion, and creative placemaking, and just really bolstering the existing arts activities that happen in the cultural core. This area is bounded by 600 South to 400 East and North Temple to 400 South. And it targets a 75-mile drive time radius. And in conjunctions with consultants at the Cultural Planning Group, a master plan was developed over a number of years. Next slide. You know, Ben, I think you may have a copy. I'm just giving a little background, so we may dive into those after, so you can pause on those. So the funding is from that incremental sales tax that I mentioned for a 20-year period, and the contract is for $500,000 annually. So the city contributes $250,000 and the county $250,000 as well. And it's governed by an interlocal agreement between Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County. And that funding is contingent upon annual approval of the respective bodies of the city and the council. And we're excited to report in the county budget cycle that there was unanimous approval for this initiative this year. And the contractor is Downtown SLC Presents, a nonprofit affiliate of the Downtown Alliance. And so they were awarded the first contract in 2017, and again through a competitive RFP process in 2022. And there's oversight of this initiative from 6 mayor-appointed committee members, 3 from the county and 3 from the city. And the Arts Council was recently reassigned the management of this contract. It was previously in the mayor's office and then the Department of Economic Development. So we've been overseeing this since about 2019 and 2020. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dee.
Thank you, Felicia. And council members, thank you for giving us some time today. We look forward to updating you. We also have Jessica Thiesing from our office here, part of the leadership, who will be available to address some of the questions about the Downtown Alliance. Let me make sure I'm clear. We've got about 10 minutes on Cultural Core and about 10 minutes on Downtown Alliance. Is that correct? Okay. I look forward to your questions after we buzz through some of this information. Thank you for the introduction, Felicia. The Blocks is a brand of the Cultural Core programming, and I just make that distinction because you're going to see a lot of references to the Blocks. Could we go forward on the slides?
Oh.
Yeah, and that's fine. I can see one more.
There we go.
Right.
Those were
And
mine.
let's go to the slide after that. Thank you. So as Felicia said, that we are in the 6th year of this contract period. I want to review the goals. If you'll go to the next slide. First, to celebrate and promote Salt Lake's abundance of arts and cultural experiences, to grow visitation from the region and the Intermountain West. Next slide. To enhance collaboration among Salt Lake's creative community, expand and diversify the audiences for Salt Lake's arts and culture experiences. Next slide. And enhance downtown residential growth and economic development. And also enrich Salt Lake City's sense of place. So recognizing these goals, we have built programming accordingly, and that's what we will review today. Next slide. As Felicia pointed out, there is an oversight committee, the Cultural Core Budget Committee. You see the names here on this slide who have been appointed by the city and county. Next slide. This year 6 Cultural Core operating budget is $500,000, and you see a simple breakout of that with $242,000 in programming, about $200,000 in marketing and promotions, and office and administrative costs of about $60,000. Next slide. I want to stress that we are an efficient manager of these initiative funds. Our administrative costs are well under a third of the allowable administrative costs in the contract. Next slide. I want to talk about the promotions that we do. At our website, the blocks, slc.com, we promote more than 100 event listings each month. We use search engine optimization and other paid sources to drive traffic to our website. Users may then click the links to learn more about what's happening there. In addition to our robust website, we promote these programs and events across our social and digital platforms to 250,000 followers. These are powerful tools. Just one example, data tracking tools show us that from these event listings, we drove 13,000 ad-exposed viewers from our listings just to the Utah Symphony and Utah Opera websites alone last year. Next slide. You'll see here, these are examples of banner advertising that we use both on the street pole banners downtown, but also in digital and social media platforms as well. Next slide. We manage the downtown street kiosks content. We use these unique platforms to promote what's happening downtown, but also to feature artists' work. Last year, we provided about $80,000 in-kind advertising for downtown arts organizations on these kiosks. And on the bottom half, the artists that are featured there, they're compensated for their work. Next slide. Last year, 48 Salt Lake Tribune articles featured Cultural Core content and reached more than 230,000 readers. This arts coverage is an innovative development of our team and the Salt Lake Tribune. We actually fund arts coverage at the Tribune, and we do not dictate the coverage that they will do, except in the general parameters that they will cover downtown arts events and organizations. I'm going to skip the next slide on radio advertising, except to say that we cover the region with radio advertising, and we broadcast in English and Spanish. Next slide. As I think you appreciate, there are more than 140,000 Spanish speakers in Salt Lake County. We advertise in Spanish, we release news in Spanish, and we create blog content in Spanish. And this post on Facebook reached over 7,000 Facebook and Instagram users. Next slide. We recently programmed locally made, locally played live music on a stage at Gateway. 8,000 visitors enjoyed live music from 6 acts. This is an increase of approximately 3,500 visitors from the weekends leading up to and following that event. The event drove additional visitation at the local retailers in that area. Next slide, please. Glow is a sculpture garden at Gallivan Plaza. For 2 years, the Downtown Alliance and the Cultural Core co-funded interactive and lighting installations to add to the vibrancy of downtown November through February, not just the Christmas holiday. Next slide. Emily Nicolosi, a local artist and artist who has used some of these elements at Burning Man, brought her art to Gallivan Plaza. Next slide. I hope you'll have a chance to stop by Gallivan tonight or sometime before the end of February to see various pieces that she has there. And I think it's really enhanced the downtown experience. Next slide. We partnered to program 3 weekends of DJ'd music last February in what we called Groove at Gallivan. We specifically featured BIPOC artists and creatives, and our marketing and promotion efforts targeted diverse audiences within that 75-mile radius. Gallivan's staff reported increase in concession sales, skate rentals, and foot traffic on these weekends. We're repeating it this year on as many weekends as we can, and particularly we are locking down NBA All-Star Weekend in late February to make sure that we have a vibrant downtown to welcome the world here. And that's just one of many things that we are programming during that important weekend. Next slide. We use a number of data sources to validate what we're doing and to guide our programming. Next slide. What you're looking at here shows us visitation in the cultural core. It shows us a 6-month period for this year, and it is compared to that same period in 2019 and 21. What we're seeing is that we are at about 90% of the visitation downtown that we were prior to the pandemic. And that visitation in the nighttime economy is really driving the economic return of downtown. Next slide. Approximately 3 million tickets are sold annually in the cultural core. In addition, there are hundreds of free and non-ticketed events that generate consumer spending. You see some averages here provided by the Americans for the Arts of what that spending is for any given event. If you add that up, it's about $450 million of spending downtown on arts and culture. Next slide. I want to use this slide to talk about our reach and the who we're attracting. Last Hurrah is a New Year's Eve free public event that we support and the Gateway produces. It typically draws 10 to 15,000 people. This data heat map shows you visitation for Last Hurrah. It tells us where the audiences were coming from. And you can see that the core audiences came from the west and the east sides of Salt Lake City, West Valley City, and Provo. And there is also strong visitation from communities across the Wasatch Front, Tooele, Grantsville, Heber City, and Summit County. Next slide. This map plots the data of 250 of the artists that we hired to entertain at Open Streets. And we actually hired more than 800 artists and entertainers. But these entertainers, you can see again, are diverse in their geography and certainly diverse. We over-index for artists from BIPOC artists and artists from marginalized communities. Next slide. This is the Blocks truck, and this is important that you understand that this actually is a great tool for helping marginalized artists produce their art and produce it downtown. This truck is full of sound and staging and art supplies and equipment needed to produce events. These assets are particularly helpful to those marginalized artists, and last year we deployed our events programming assets 40 times to 30 different organizations. Some of those organizations whom you may know: Social Antidote, New City Movement, Joy Mob, Sundance, DJ June, Utah Arts Alliance, Rose Wagner PAC, and UMOCA. Next slide. That box truck is also a backdrop and an art piece in and of itself, and has been used dozens and dozens of times to animate events that we produce. You can jump through the next slides to the Downtown Alliance page, and I can pause for a minute for any questions you have about Cultural Core.
Yeah. Mike, just on the questions, so we have free events and we have paid events in the Cultural Core, and you've probably seen an uptick or interest in both sides of the house. On the going back to the UTA and free fare stuff and fareless zones, has there been discussions with UTA on providing, like we do for University of Utah football games, fares for ticket holders to come to those events? Have you had those discussions, or has that been brought up at any
We've
time?
had some discussions, but there's nothing that's been formalized yet. We'd be very interested in making that transportation available for all the good reasons that we do it for football games and others. But again, 3 million tickets a year matters, and it's a formidable group. And if we could put them on transportation, everybody wins.
Right, especially the way that your heat map, used that term, shows that it's not just downtown people.
Yep.
It's going all the way down to Provo. Had a red dot there, which is I thought was interesting.
Right. One of the challenges is the service times, and many of these events end at 10 or 11, and that creates, for the user experience, we don't want to sell them a hotel room. We want them to get home safely that night.
Some events may have individual arrangements, like the Twilight Concert Series has a Tickets for Transit program with UTA, so that does happen with some of the programs in the core, but as an initiative of that entity.
Wonderful, thanks. This is awesome. Thanks.
Great. Happy to answer any other questions or move on to the Downtown Alliance piece. All right. Again, given the, thanks, Felicia. Given the allotted time, again, I'm going to give you a very general overview of our current programming and look forward to your questions and returning as needed. Our charge and our contractual commitment is to create vitality and prosperity downtown. So we will summarize that. Just for your information, the Alliance's primary stakeholders are the downtown commercial property owners that fund our efforts in a special assessment area. And property owners created that special assessment area in 1991, along with the city. Next slide. Our boundaries are from North Temple to 400 South, 300 East to 700 West. Very close to what they are for the cultural core, and there are some variances there. Next slide. The Downtown Alliance is a subsidiary of the Salt Lake Chamber and operates 3 overlapping entities: the Downtown Alliance, Urban Food Connections of Utah, and the Cultural Core of the Blocks. And it's my privilege to work with this dedicated team and passionate individuals who are helping make downtown vibrant and prosperous. Next slide. We already talked about Cultural Core. Next slide. UFCU is Urban Food Connections of Utah. They produce 50 farmers markets a year. They are a small business launch pad, an incubator. They have food security solutions such as SNAP and other programs. And we are developing Salt Lake City's full-time permanent public market. We look forward to ongoing conversations about that. Next slide. Our urban affairs team promotes downtown merchants, arts, and entertainment, deploys the street ambassadors, does holiday and winter lighting, fosters communications on key downtown business issues, and advocates for good policy in public space, transportation, development, safety, the social economy, and more. You can understand something about us by understanding our funding. Next slide. This slide shows you our source of funds. Our programming is funded first by the downtown property owners who created and pay into the special assessment area. You can see here that we develop various other sources of funding for programming that we produce and manage. And it's worth noting that our regular ongoing program is not paid through the Salt Lake City General Fund. However, this year Salt Lake City Corp did fund pilot expansion of the Street Ambassador program on North Temple, Ballpark, Midtown, and Rio Grande neighborhoods. These are one-time funds. These one-time funds are represented on the third line from the top, labeled Salt Lake City General Fund and Mitigation Fund.
Just pausing here on the Downtown Ambassadors, how long have you had the program? Have you expanded it? And since you've instituted it, from your perspective downtown, how well is it meeting your desires?
Right. Can I pause on that?
Yeah.
I've got a couple of slides that will help illustrate that better in just a moment. Thank you. Next slide shows expenses. And you can see here that our largest investments in downtown are first, community safety, Representative Dugan, cultural core programming, economic development, and farmers market production. So I'm going to talk about some highlights here, and I'll get to your question. But the first one in our slide deck is Open Streets. If you'd go 2 slides forward. That's the one. Thank you. In partnership with Salt Lake City government, Downtown Alliance experimented with closing Main Street to automobile traffic and prioritizing pedestrians on weekends the last 2 summers and the fall of 2020. We programmed entertainment on sidewalks, Gallivan Plaza, alleyways, and the open lobby of the Eccles Theater. And we worked with many creative partners to do this. We attracted 40,000 people on average each weekend to Main Street programming and businesses. Open Streets programming helped drive traffic and sales to downtown restaurants, bars, and shops in 2001 when merchants were struggling to reestablish their customer base during the pandemic. Sales continued to grow in 2020. And if you would just click through the next few slides, those just illustrate some of the programming until we get to the text that says convene, communicate, and promote. Thank you. And you can go to the next slide. We are conveners. I think many of you were in attendance at our State of Downtown event where we look forward and also celebrate what we've done in the year and recognize downtown creators. Many of you have attended our urban exploration with downtown stakeholders to examine other cities' successes and challenges. What you may not know is that on a monthly basis, we also convene merchants and advance their interests, and we also convene about 70 developers to talk about what is coming to downtown, what is planned, and how those can be orchestrated together for the greatest impact downtown. Next slide. We publish an annual economic benchmark report to support ongoing economic development in the area. Next slide. Downtown Alliance manages 700 street pole banners across the central business district, and we promote downtown events and other nonprofit efforts on these banners. Next slide. Downtown has as I mentioned before, has an audience of more than 250,000 people on social media platforms, and we promote downtown's social economy. When I say social economy, I mean the 160 restaurants, bars, venues, shops concentrated in the downtown core. Looks like this isn't working, so we'll just go on from there. But I do want to say that there are roughly 100 events downtown each month, and we use a variety of paid and earned media to do that. I'm sorry, go back 1 slide. Yes. Sorry, the one that says social media at the top, the text slide. Yeah, that's great, but it doesn't, oh, I see, there's one missing over there, yeah. So we're achieving a lot with this. Mind you that social media followers of 250,000 followers is larger than some of our local media have, okay? Our newsletter subscription of 10,000 we have an open rate of 36%. That's a very high open rate for our What's Happening Downtown newsletters. Website monthly visits, you see there, our media coverage is formidable as well. On TV, radio, and newspaper, last year we had 178 news stories and press mentions. That's over 1.4 million in earned media value for downtown activations. Next slide. Let's talk about the ambassadors. You asked about that. We have expanded those areas. Let's see, and missing from that list is Central City. If you'll go to the next slide, there's a map. Dan, I hope this Councilmember Dugan, I hope this answers your question. Up in the right-hand corner, downtown, we've been operating in the downtown area since 2017. So with the funding that council and the city provided last year, we expanded into the Rio Grande area, which was previously covered by Operation Rio Grande. We expanded to North Temple, Central City, and Ballpark. Those are temporary experiments and expansions, one-time funding. So we were happy to facilitate that and thought that it made sense to do that cohesively with the program that we already have, so that we weren't sending problems back and forth from neighborhoods, but addressing those comprehensively. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and since 17, when we started the program, we've expanded it, but how has it been received, and how well is it meeting its goals and visions that we set out in 2017?
I think it's been very successful, and we are moving people into services, but as I think you can appreciate, there is a very high refusal rate to go into services with those who are living on the street downtown. But this has been a good tool for having a friendly and engaged presence there on a regular basis. We publish statistics quarterly, and I hope those are finding their way to council members, but we do see we have seen success, and I think that was the reason for the expansion, and look forward to tracking those in those specific areas and feedback from those stakeholders. Our downtown stakeholders very much appreciate it. They call, they get a response, they get somebody there to help them address what can be very challenging interactions with individuals.
So they're reducing some of the stress levels of that are usually attributed to issues if you don't have someone there with a friendly face.
Right, right. And they work very closely with law enforcement as well. And I will add this, particularly in some reorganization, the police department has put Detective Silologlu over business and community, the business community liaison, and that relationship has been excellent, and I think even, made even smoother that interaction among our ambassadors and with police.
Thank you.
Next, one of the key things we do, next slide please, yes, small business support and promotions. We do convene this group. Let me just tell you some of the issues that our small businesses are talking about right now and that they need support on. They need to be connected to public safety resources. We help do that. They need we are connecting them to resources to succeed during the NBA All-Star Weekend. That is a big opportunity for them. We're helping them plan for success during construction of the 200 South Transportation Corridor. Major disruption, long-term benefit, short-term pain. We're working with city departments to organize around that. We're also we're also leading conversations around the impact of the new state liquor store on Broadway and Edison Street. This has a lot of, I would say, hidden impacts, not necessarily good ones, that we need to solve for with some traffic realignment and I think some just some conversations that are going to help get 1,100 people a day in and out of that parking lot that otherwise would go down a one-way street that has become a great pedestrian corridor. That is under threat with the plan there. We're also helping them attract holiday traffic and spending with the promotions that we do. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our construction mitigation ombudsman, Bill Knowles, who ensures that public and private construction projects are coordinated with business interests in the downtown neighborhood. Next slide. We spend a fair amount of energy and resources to illuminate downtown during the winter months. We light the trees on the sidewalks across the central business area. I already talked about Glow and Groove at Gallivan, so we're going to skip the next couple of slides and go to the farmers market slide. Thank you. The summer downtown farmers market brings 10,000 people to the Pioneer Park neighborhood each Saturday, June through October. Next slide. The holiday and winter market at Rio Grande Depot and the Gateway brings 2,000 shoppers to the neighborhood each Saturday, November through April. These are really important economic development tools. Next slide. Urban Food Connections of Utah is working with consultants, funders, and developers to create a permanent full-time market downtown. Our hope is to place this asset in the Rio Grande neighborhood, which has excellent access for West and East Side residents and is also convenient to regional and tourist visitors. This will be a larger platform to incubate more small businesses. Some of our successful farmers market small business alumni include Rico's, Laziz, the Bagel Project. If you haven't had Aziza pastries from Egypt, go this Saturday and eat them. They're fantastic. But we're very proud of the incubation we have provided for some great concepts that have brought new small businesses into our community. With that, I've got some other data slides here. I'd like to skip past to the trends slide. Downtown trends. Thank you. Just want to draw your attention to these issues that are driving some of our programming for the next year. Residential population will double by 2025 in the Central Business District. In part, our downtown economy is transitioning. The social economy is growing, social economy being those nighttime engagements and businesses, and new office worker patterns are driving changes. We've got about half of the office workers on any given day than we did 3 years ago. And that flow, we used to be, our downtown economy was very much driven by the presence of those office workers. That has a smaller impact. The nighttime economy is growing, the residential population is growing.
So just pausing that, back to the nighttime population, are you back to pre-pandemic? I'd said, the one said 82% of visitors, but I wasn't sure if that was day, night.
So 82%, I'm going to call that back on a regional level, and the difference is that we have not seen the big spikes of citywide conventions that we did in 2019. Those are coming back, but they haven't been back. But what we're seeing is volume on par at our downtown restaurants and bars that we had in 2019. So there's been growth, but it's been that regional visitor who's driven that growth, and not the business and convention visitor that we had a higher percentage of a few years ago. But that audience is coming back.
That audience is coming back, but the more consistent nightly audience is growing to pre-pandemic levels, but we're not seeing the spike of the convention visitors that we had back in 19.
Yeah, that is accurate. That is accurate.
Okay, great.
So the last slide.
Do you have another question?
You bet.
That how or what are the trends, or what are other cities, or what are we supposed to do to bring back, to entice those daytime workers back downtown? Like, what are the trends? Because I know there's many factors. One, pandemic, people don't want to come back to an enclosed space as before. They want to have that flexibility of staying home. The
Right.
conventions that you just mentioned are barely starting to pop again. So is there anything else that we should be looking at to attract at least another 25%?
Yeah, that's a
back
great
to,
question.
To go to our restaurants and go to our malls and to our shops and all of that stuff.
And candidly, it's very difficult, I think, at a municipal level to do a lot there. What we can do is continue to make downtown attractive and continue to make that a place for collaboration. The things we do not have levers to pull that are important is reorganizing office space. That's a private building owner's prerogative, and many of them are doing that. I think we will also see some natural evolution back into some of these offices as I think if for a young worker in an office, if they are ambitious and are looking to grow, being present is going to matter, and I think that's going to drive greater participation in the office. That's not something that our team has levers to pull.
Got it.
Councilman Pui?
Thank you.
So because of the work I've done this year outside the city from my other job, I've been able to travel quite a bit to major cities in the country, and that is a national trend. And the trend, what I see in other cities do is not entice necessarily office workers back to it, back to their downtown cores, but incentivize some housing, transformation of offices into housing. Because, you know, there is a trade-off there about what times people do spend money, but they are spending money no matter what in our city. So there are very progressive and forward-looking cities that are saying we have a shortage of housing in our downtown cores. Let's focus on that. Let's try to, you have a building that is empty, many floors empty. Let's transform this building into housing. My other office in Denver is being transformed into a housing building as we speak, actually.
It's a great point, and we're fortunate that one developer has announced that the South Temple Tower, sometimes referred to as the University Club building, is being converted into housing. The CenturyLink building on 2nd South and 2nd East is being converted to residential as well. And I think you'll see some more Class B office space being transformed into residential. Class A office space is doing okay, but Class B is what has really suffered.
Thank you, Dee.
I'll just click through. Next slide, please. So our key downtown initiatives for the next year. We want to advance the development of the public market. We want to activate downtown. We shall activate downtown for NBA All-Star Weekend. And we will expand winter lighting and entertainment in the central business improvement area. We're going to support the Main Street pedestrian study that the city is undertaking, and we're excited about the prospects of making permanent some of the infrastructure improvements that are needed there. We will expand and publish downtown data resources so that our constituents can invest with confidence in the downtown area. And we will continue to align ambassador resources with the needs. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you for the time you've provided us.
Thank you, Dee. Jessica, questions? Councilmember Borton.
Hello. On the street closures, I just wanted to remind people that were on the Cincinnati trip, a small little thing I noticed on a lot of their streets that they shut down is, they would put up like poles that would almost like a key that would latch on and then lock in place. And then that to me would be much more effective and probably more cost effective over the long term than the little traffic barriers that we put up during open streets. So I would love to see us be able to do something like that so that we could do that, whether it was just in the summer or a special event or something like that. But I was like, we need to get those because they are a lot more safety, I think, for, I have a business on Main Street, and even when the barriers are up and people are walking down the street, every once in a while a car will go around or people will push it aside, and then all of a sudden there's a car going down the street, which is pretty scary.
Well, Jessica was the operational mastermind behind what we did, and she would be the first to say, I think, that we couldn't agree more. We need to do it a different way.
I think a lot of that will flesh out, hopefully during the feasibility study, and be back before you all with some options for what can be done. The barriers were required by our regulatory process for a special event, and you're right, they were problematic. They weren't as bad during the 2020-2021 season because there just wasn't as many people downtown. But this last season, there were some serious conflicts with just them moving around and them being bright orange. You know, I think there was some complaints about it looking like a construction zone. We agree, but they were required. And we're hoping that we can look at a lot of the things that we've seen. There's a lot of tools out there that I think cities use that I think could be implemented with the blessing of our regulatory agencies.
Thank you. I look forward to more on that because I really love to have a open streets, as Dee well knows.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I know that we already touched on this beyond the issue that Councilmember Warren brings about, which is very important, is about the safety along the tracks line, and we renting those barriers. We had several discussions internally between some of us about their options are probably cheaper in the long run than renting every year. Some barriers for that. Also, they look not great. So,
start your statement one more time.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, sorry. Connection might be crappy at the moment. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
You cannot hear me. Oh, okay. I was just talking about the barriers for the tracks line. Instead of renting every year, maybe we want to invest on something a little more permanent that looks a little nicer. And the city has done, UTA has done this in other parts with cables and pipes and, nothing too fancy, but they look significantly better than these barriers. We have many conversations in the past about this, and we'd love to see what options are out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Amano.
Thanks.
I was going to ask a question about the public market concept and the planning that you're doing for that, if you don't mind. I guess a couple of questions. First, where are you in that? Do you have sounds like you want it to be near the Rio Grande. Is there a specific site planned? And then will that take the place of the farmer's market and the winter market, and it will be permanently in that building? Can you just...
Great question. Our intention is this: we want to be in the Rio Grande neighborhood. We have been in conversations with the RDA about some of those properties for a very long time and would love to be there. But we're looking at all of our options in the greater area because we need to. We want to move forward. To your question about will the summer and winter markets be collapsed into that, the permanent market will we've visited some of those in Cincinnati and Kansas City and some other areas, and it will feel like that. We will continue to produce a summer market in addition to that because we have 200 vendors from half the counties around the state who come in and vend on those Saturdays. So we hope to continue to animate Pioneer Park with that during summer market.
That's great. Another from the Cincinnati trip, because we all keep talking about. The market there, we were walking around it with Director Nick Norris, and we were walking around and realizing that the space between the buildings, there's 2 buildings, little roads, and then the market in the middle, is actually all the same size as one of our right-of-ways. So I think it'd be interesting to look at, could we actually take one of our roads and build the market in the middle of it? Obviously, there's utility issues and things like that, but
that's a really interesting idea.
I think for something like a public market, there could be a creative solution that's not just a traditional where is a buildable lot, but how else can we use our public right-of-ways and infrastructure for something like that? So I would encourage us to be even more creative than just where's an empty piece of ground.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can vouch for the amount of vendors. I'm sure there's plenty of more vendors that would love to vend at the farmer's market, but there's not enough room, capacity, in the park right now. So if we could have both, it would be great. I just want to go back to the ambassador. Sorry, this is not super exciting, but the ambassador program, we did take some money off of our general fund for this year. I'm not sure when it ends. What's going to happen afterwards when that money runs out? And then maybe it's for Ben, also for a question for Ben or for us. Are we looking at the ambassadors as our alternative response model plan as we fund other projects? Are we looking into the general fund again, or should we look into our public safety funding? Like, I'm not sure, how long we're going to fund this, and where, if this is pretty successful, I think, obviously, as we have asked them to go to other places, obviously, we're showing that there's an interest to have this ambassador program in the long run, maybe. And if that's the case, where are we going to fund it? Like, how are we going to create this revenue source for it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Valdemaris. This is a really good question. So last year, during our FY22 budget, a small amount was carved out of your general fund to fund the part of the Central City, or actually I think it was part of the North Temple and the Rio Grande, and city's mitigation funding was then used for Central City and Ballpark. Because of the national shortages in labor, we didn't spend it all, and we returned what we didn't spend. I know that we just received an additional amount to fund those 3 expansion areas out of your general fund. I think that will go through June 30th, if I'm not mistaken. We can we can certainly get back to you on those specific facts. But we don't have additional funding coming after that. We don't have anything secured. One thing our team is doing to look at long-term, because it is easier if we can know where the money is coming from, just from an operational standpoint, managing this many teams, especially at the scale of which that we've grown. We started with 6, we now have 25. That's a big, scalable business model, huge amount of scale over the last couple of years. Things that we are doing, we're responding to every RFP we can. We're looking at grants. We are actively applying for grants, not just for those core teams, but also to respond for the transition into our nighttime hours, our more social economy that we're looking to transition to downtown. And we will let you know if we are successful in those efforts. We, of course, are still going to need to look at more permanent funding strategies if this program is something that the council wants to continue funding.
Thanks. And I do know, Councilmember Valdemaris, that we do have a discussion in the near future discussing our diversified responses to multiple issues. And I think the Downtown Ambassador Program is one of those responses that we need to look at and discuss with the administration on funding additional resources as we had this past year, and how we interact them with the park rangers, with the MCOTs, with the CIT teams, the chat teams, the whole,
alphabet.
All of it. I'm putting my arms around it. I can't. That's the word.
Okay, great.
See that word?
Yes, that's a good one.
Maybe ecosystem?
I have one other question, Mr. Chair. Okay, not to keep going back to Cincinnati, but
it was so great, so it's okay. Kudos to you guys. That was a great trip, by the way.
That was a great trip. Has Downtown Alliance or the Blocks been involved in any murals that are on any of the downtown businesses?
We've done 15 murals downtown.
Okay.
And there are other good groups doing public art as well.
I know the mural game, though, in Cincinnati was so strong.
I know.
And I'm very, very jealous of that. Can you do 15 more?
Love the idea. We are restricted. We can't enhance any private property with the murals that we do. But we have lent some of what we've done is we've talked to developers and said, hey, here's some artists that can, that you can hire. Our funds are restricted to public spaces. But we're very interested in doing more, and we have resources to do more.
So are you saying that we've muraled every wall we can mural right now?
I bet we can find more.
I
There's
think so
always
too.
more.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. This has been a wonderful conversation and discussion, and thanks for your work and your collaboration with the city.
We appreciate your collaboration
Right.
with what we're
Councilman
doing.
Wong.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I was just going to make a comment about the diversified responses and how we'll be
I
talking
just
about
want to
those
say,
soon.
like, a parting message, keep us posted on the public market. We were impressed with the one in Cincinnati, and I'm still interested, and I think my constituency is very interested in that happening, so please keep us in the loop. I know you're really good at it. I'm looking at Allison. But, this time we want to make it right, like all together, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
You.
Mr. Chair, very quickly.
Councilman Pui, go ahead, sorry.
No, my fault. I just had this thought. When I saw the map that you guys showed us about what downtown was, there was a chunk of North Temple. How is this boundary decided? Because now I represent a chunk of downtown. And the second part to that question, and I'm leading to a point, is related to international market. The international market shouldn't be seen as a competition of all the other markets we have. It's actually been incredibly successful, an incredible attraction, and I feel like we need to keep supporting the North Temple gateway to our city. And I wonder if there is some synergies that we can see, that we can work together on that. Unfortunately, I understand that some people see it as a competition, and it isn't. I attended several of their events, and I was very impressed with the diversity of booths and products sold, and it was a great way of highlight the entrepreneurship of the West Side.
Agreed. Let me just make one clarification. Our boundaries on North Temple go to approximately 700 West. The line that you may have seen on the ambassador program is a different sort of exception. We agree that the international market is a great opportunity and should be fully explored in its location, and we have never felt that it is a competition, that it is additive, and that those sort of expansions of local programming make the city richer. So we're happy we share some vendors, and we're happy to continue those conversations about how we can make it all work together well.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments and the work. Appreciate that very much. You guys have a great night. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Okay, that was items 8, 7, and 8. We're moving on to item number 9, which is the Salt Lake City Watershed Management Plan update. We have Sam online, and we have Laura Briefer online, and Marianne and Patrick. Oh, hello. And there's Sam and Patrick online. So kick it off, Sam.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The item before the council is the Watershed Management Plan update. It's an introductory briefing. The plan is in a relatively early stage. It provides for the management of the Central Wasatch watershed area, the Wasatch Canyons that span the entire Wasatch Front, the portion of the Wasatch Front from City Creek Canyon to Little Cottonwood Canyon. There's not a draft document before you. This is an update before the draft takes shape. The council's feedback is a critical component of plan formation. The department previously has conducted extensive outreach, including soliciting constituent participation from each council district earlier this year in the spring of 2022. So that's the Watershed Management Plan. And if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I will also just intro the second item, the new limits on water availability, at the same time, as they might blend together to some extent.
Perfect. Thank you.
The new limits on water availability ordinance mirrors the water limits the council implemented through the land use code in 2021, capping permitted water use at an annual average of 200,000 gallons per day. In contrast to the land use ordinance, the Title 17 amendments would apply to the entire Salt Lake City water service area, so outside of the city where our zoning would not apply. Additionally, the contemplated limit would apply to parts of Salt Lake City governed by development agreements, such as some parcels in the city's northwest quadrant. This item, new limits on water availability, is on the council's agenda for potential action tonight. In contrast, the watershed management plan is, of course, not on your agenda for action, as this is, again, a kind of introductory briefing. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd ask to turn it over to the department.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. This is Laura Briefer, Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Director, and I'm grateful to be participating online as I'm recovering from an illness. Otherwise, I would be there in person with you. Marian Rice, our Deputy Director, is here at the table with you. We also have Patrick Nelson, our Watershed Program Manager, online with us, and a number of our other staff listening in who are involved in the process. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation to share, if we're able to get that up on the screen. And while we're waiting for that, I'll talk a little bit about my presentation today. So we have been at work in the development process for this watershed management plan for almost about a year. Because the watersheds cover such a broad area, about 190 square miles, and there are complexities related to environmental conditions and jurisdictional boundaries within those watershed areas. We've really been focusing on making sure that we are developing our technical understanding and data really well as identifying our stakeholders and others that have a lot of interest in this plan. And as we move forward, we're hoping to come back to you for adoption of the plan sometime this summer, late spring or early summer. And of course, we'd be willing to come by sometime before that even too for additional updates. And this presentation will talk about the planning process, the structure of the watershed management plan, and the areas of focus that we've settled on so far, our public engagement activities. And then I wanted to start out on the presentation with some just history and context of Salt Lake City's watershed management, and really quite a legacy of watershed management for our community. So if you go to the next slide, please. And I did do a little bit of introduction here, but this planning process is quite time intensive and has really required a lot of our attention over the last few months. And our leadership team includes Marian and Patrick, who I just introduced, as well as myself. But we do have a lot of other staff that are instrumental to this project, such as Chloe Maroney and Sharon Turner, our public engagement staff, Holly Lopez, our public affairs and policy director, and Tamara Prue, who is our water resources manager, who understands a lot of the water right and hydrology of the system. That's really very important to this. And of course, Jesse Stewart, our other deputy director. This plan is also being conducted with the help of some very specific expertise. So we submitted an RFP and ended up selecting JW Associates, a consulting firm out of Colorado, to help us with the plan development. They have conducted watershed plans for other municipalities in the West, primarily in Colorado, but in some other areas too. So they were a very good fit to bring a lot of the industry standard knowledge to our region. And they come with water resources and engineering and hydrology expertise, as well as wildfire expertise, which we'll get into in a little bit. And then on the public engagement side, as I mentioned, the watersheds, which encompass our local central Wasatch Mountains are very multi-jurisdictional. They are very important and valued to many, many different stakeholders and the public. And so we knew right up front that the public engagement piece of this needed to be very, very well thought out and very well supported. So we have Wilkinson Ferrari with us, with Brian Wilkinson, Cindy Gubler, and Hillary Robertson leading up that engagement staff, along with support from our internal public engagement team. Next slide, please. So I did want to talk a little bit about the legacy of watershed protection for Salt Lake City. And really, it's a very institutional legacy. Our community, after arrival of Mormon pioneers, was literally founded on the ability to divert water from City Creek, which is one of the watersheds that's part of this plan. The city has had numerous programmatic investments for the past 150 years. And in fact, you know, looking back in city records, I found probably one of the first watershed protection policies that was put into place in 1873. That policy was enacted to protect the City Creek watershed when it was threatened by proposed mining and development at its headwaters. We've also had a formal partnership with the United States Forest Service that owns and manages about 60% of the 190 acres of land that comprise our watersheds, really back to the forest reservation in the early 1900s. And in fact, the first chief of the Forest Service was here to visit Salt Lake City leaders in 1906 and 1909 with a commitment to help protect these national forest areas for the benefit of Salt Lake City's water supply. And then also in the early 1900s, Congress enacted 2 federal laws that directed the United States Forest Service to work to protect Salt Lake City's water supply on the lands that it owns in our watersheds. Those were in 1914 and in 1934. And then Salt Lake City approached its first comprehensive watershed management plan, publishing it and adopting it in 1989. Following that 1989 watershed management plan adoption, the city's watershed ordinances were strengthened and revised, and largely what we see today are those ordinances that were established in 1993. A second comprehensive plan was prepared in 1999, and since then we've been using that plan as our basis for doing some required regulatory updates to the State Division of Drinking Water every 6 years. But now it's time for us to do a third comprehensive plan, and I'll talk a little bit about why that is in the next couple of slides.
Mr. Chair. Thanks, Laura. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt real quick. So the 1999 was a comprehensive one, and then it says every 5 years it's updated. Is that just like little tweaks here and there? And I know you're going to get to this, Laura, because you mentioned it, but this is like a total overhaul-ish of the plan?
So I made an error in this text. It's actually every 6 years that we are required by the State Division of Drinking Water as a public water system to update known conditions and mitigation every 6 years in our source water protection areas. So we used that 1999 plan to do that regulatory update. But this comprehensive plan that we are updating now from 1999, that plan is to address some changed conditions that we feel need a lot more public engagement, such as wildfire risk and climate change, and increased recreation in the watersheds, that make this much more of a third comprehensive plan. It's not an entire overhaul. I think that we'll probably see some similarities in the plan and in the structure of it and in some of the recommendations. But I think these new conditions, emerging conditions, are something that we have to be very accountable and talk about with the public and figure out ways in which we can better mitigate those. I should also point out that the photo in this is City Creek sometime in the early 1900s, before it was piped under the two center parks where the 4th Avenue well is in Memory Grove. It was near that location before we had actual water treatment plants where the water would be dosed with chlorine in order to sanitize it for use. Oh, did that answer your question, Councilmember Fowler?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Also, just by way of context, I wanted to touch a little bit on the land area and sort of the context in terms of our drinking water supply sources. So the map on the left of the screen showing the watersheds from City Creek to the north, to Little Cottonwood to the south, and then Salt Lake City and the Salt Lake Valley to the west. That outline, all of those areas outlined in blue, are currently our municipal watersheds that are treated for drinking water purposes for distribution into our culinary or our potable water system. And that includes City Creek, Parley's Creek, Big Cottonwood, and Little Cottonwood Creeks. And the areas outlined in blue are the whole watersheds of those creeks, and those are what's subject to Salt Lake City's municipal watershed management. The areas shown in green include water sources where we hold water rights that may either be used in the future for drinking water purposes and also are currently used to help us satisfy some irrigation exchange agreement purposes via the Jordan and Salt Lake Canal. And then the pie chart on the other side of the slide is a generalization of where the quantity or percent of the city's water supplies from each of these sources. So in general, Big Cottonwood can provide 20% of our water supplies, although there are some years where that's more. Parley's Creek, about 15%, Little Cottonwood, about 15%, City Creek and our groundwater sources around 10%. And then we have other water supply sources that are stored in Deer Creek Reservoir, which is around 30% of our supplies. That includes water on the Provo River system and our Central Utah Project water. But you can see that between Little Cottonwood, Big Cottonwood, Parley's, and City Creek, that is a very significant portion of our water supply. It's more than half of our supplies. And another reason why these watersheds are so important to us and these Canyon Creek water supplies are so important are twofold. One, the city holds direct rights in these canyon streams, so we have full control of the water rights. We don't share them. It's not a shared system. And so we can manage those much more freely than in an area where we might have shared resources such as Deer Creek resources. The other reason why they're so important is the operation of the system. So the water system, the distribution system operates on a gravity flow basis for the most part, with the most uphill being the south end of the valley, and then trending downhill towards the north end of the valley. So Little Cottonwood and Big Cottonwood Creeks, for instance, based on gravity flow, they can actually feed almost all of our water service area. And, when we're talking about times of drought or other potential water stressors, having these water supplies in such close proximity under direct control of Salt Lake City is very, very valuable to the city, in addition to the quantity of the supplies. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is the context of watershed protection and protecting these supplies from pollution and making sure that our watersheds are resilient have very profound impacts on the reliability of water resources for now and in the future. Next slide, please. So another way to think about our watersheds is via ecosystem services. So, and I'm very sorry. So when we think about, all of the services these mountains provide to us, we just talked about the clean and reliable water supplies that Salt Lake City relies upon, but our residents and communities across the state of Utah rely on these for lots of different reasons: environmental and public health, economic vitality, cultural and social significance. There are just a lot of reasons why these mountains are important, and this is one of the reasons why we are really committed to having a very robust engagement strategy as we move forward on our watershed management plan. Next slide, please. The other thing to understand here is we have been very fortunate in terms of the way that the city has managed our watersheds. Many of our predecessors have done a really great job. And what that means now is that our existing water quality coming into our water treatment plants is high. It requires, minimal treatment. And the water leaving our treatment plants exceeds all of the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements that are needed. But we're looking into the future, and we're seeing some warning signs that we want this plan to address for us. One example is an observation we've had of increasing intense monsoon events during the summertime, where it rains a lot in a short period of time in these canyon areas. It brings down a lot of sediment, and we've had multiple times where we've had to shut down treatment plants because there's just too much sediment coming down in these monsoon events. And as you likely know, these more intense storm systems are potentially a result of climate change. So climate is one of the things that we're looking at. The picture on the slide here is the picture of Salt Lake City's water service area. With Salt Lake City.
Laura, do you want to take a little break or pass the baton?
I'm going to go grab a glass of water really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's take yes, please do. Thanks.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll wait for her to come back, Laura to come back. I'm happy to take the reins if she wants me to as well, so. Yeah. I'm all queued up for it just in case, so. I will tell you one thing on these maps, there are 2 yellow carve-outs. One is University of Utah. They are their own public water system. You'll see that in the red. The other one is Holiday City. So when you see that, understand what that is.
Can you pull the microphone a little bit closer next time? Thank you.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Sure.
Council
And if you're up to it, you can always pass it to Marion.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't think I've exercised my voice very much in the last week, so I appreciate Marion being there and the break to grab some water. Yeah, as Marion was saying, those yellow areas within the service area, they are their own public water systems. However, they also do rely on Salt Lake City's water resources from these watersheds as well. Next slide, please. So these watersheds that form the backdrop of our city also have some other unique attributes. And And they're actually pretty unique compared to other similarly situated cities that rely on national forest lands and for their water supplies. And which is why, like every watershed management plan that a city may have, may look a little different in terms of its vulnerability assessments and its mitigation strategies. So one of the issues is the proximity to the urban core. We have a very large population that lives very close to these watersheds. And they really are an economic driver. People move here, they site their businesses here in part because of recreational opportunities that these watersheds provide. Another unique attribute is the short distance of the source of the water to our taps. It can take about 24 hours for a drop of water from the top of the mountain range to reach a tap in the Salt Lake Valley, which is a really fast time for the hydrologic system and for treatment and for actual being able to access the water. We also have lots of multiple uses concentrated in these watersheds. We have 4 world-class ski resorts, so a lot of commercial and economic uses. We have a lot of dispersed recreation, and it's growing. The recreational use has been growing quite a bit. A lot of population growth in our area, which contributes to additional recreation use. And then another thing that's a little bit unique for us, I think a couple of other states have this as well, but not all Western states too, and that Salt Lake City and other cities in the state of Utah are granted extraterritorial authority to protect our watersheds from pollution. So even though most of our watershed areas are outside of our city boundaries, we do have state statutory authority to protect them. As Kate Bradshaw mentioned in the earlier briefing on legislative issues, we do see that authority challenged every now and then, and 2018 I think was one of the larger challenges, but we are seeing some challenge to that authority coming up in this legislative session as well. Next slide, please. We also, in our 1999 plan and in the revisions that we've provided to the State Division of Drinking Water, we have kept these existing watershed protection strategies, and a lot of these are in different city policies, they're in the plan, in ordinance, but they're multifaceted, they all work together. Land conservation is one of them. We have a watershed conservation fund that we use to purchase land in the watersheds, private lands in the watersheds from willing sellers. Currently, we hold about 30,000 or more acres of permanently protected lands from that program. We have public education programs, Keep It Pure, which was just relaunched last year. That is also in partnership with the Forest Service. We have ordinances, our own city ordinances. We have joint authority with health department ordinances in the watershed. And then we work closely with Salt Lake County on land use ordinances and of course the policies of the U.S. Forest Service in their forest planning documents. We are involved in a lot of public-private partnerships for education, monitoring, and watershed restoration. And we do a lot of monitoring ourselves and alongside state and county agencies for baseline conditions, what's happening in our watersheds in terms of water quality, in terms of things like spruce beetle or snowpack, and those types of things. So all of these strategies can be found in the 1999 plan. And I'm anticipating that we'll see these strategies recommended in the next iteration of the plan, but perhaps tailored to address some of the challenges that we anticipate with climate and wildfire and recreation. Next slide, please. So why update the plan? Right now, we see a lot of changes in existing conditions as compared to our previous plans, changes in environmental stressors. We've identified some trends that we are watching. We also have new regulatory requirements for the federal and state Safe Drinking Water Acts. So lots of changes happening on the regulatory and in the physical environment, the social environment surrounding these watersheds. So we want to make sure we're addressing them. But the main purpose of the plan is to protect our drinking water sources from pollution. I have a photo here of a fire that occurred in 2021 in Parley's Canyon, one of our watersheds. This was quite close to the Parley's water treatment plant and Mountain Dell Reservoir. And one of the concerns we have with fire in our watersheds is the introduction of pollution and the degradation of water quality and forest health. So that's something that we've looked at. We're actually doing a lot of work with other stakeholders in Parley's Canyon right now to mitigate fire risk there. Next slide, please. I'm so sorry. Another reason why we're doing the plan is for watershed resilience. This is a very long-term concept where we want to make sure that our watersheds are resilient from severe events. So we want to make sure that we are managing them so that they can withstand disturbances and that they can recover from disturbances. The photo here is from an area in Grand County, Colorado. It's a post-fire photo showing aspens coming up through the forest, which is a good thing. It's showing forest resilience in that watershed. Next slide, please. Marion, would you like to control over the slides from here on out, and I'll pipe in? I think my voice is starting to.
I'm happy to, Laura. Happy to. So, as Laura mentioned already, I hope everybody can hear me okay. We, when we looked at the watershed management plan, we put this into 3 buckets, basically. So climate change, as we are recognizing the impacts of climate change. Laura mentioned already the monsoonal events or the intense precip events that impact our ability to treat drinking water because of the turbidity. As an example, increased heat. I think we've all recognized the not only increased heat, but the prolonged heat and droughts that we're seeing as well as we're in right now. The decreasing snowpack. Not only is it a decreased snowpack, but the time that we have the snowpack is decreased as well. So that's also increasing the time frame for increased, again, use. So that impacts our sources as well. And the changes in precip. So wildfire, Laura showed that one picture already. That was in Parley's, and that was a result of, and I think it was either a chain or a catalytic converter that started that, and it went very quickly. So we are noticing that dense forest. We have a forest that is kind of a mono-age forest. We want to address that. High fuel loads. So again, we have those fuels in the forest that we want to address, and I think she showed that one picture of the aspen. We would love to see more aspen in our forest because they are more resilient. So that is one of the recommendations we'll probably be coming out with. And then ignition sources. Mentioned the catalytic converter as one, and that's why we're doing that work right now, working with partners at the state for Parley's as an example. And again, human influence. I think anybody who's been up in the watersheds or even the foothills have noticed a lot more people recreating in these watersheds. We do have those 4 ski resorts. They're noticing a lot of use, I think, because of some of these Icon and other opportunities people are taking advantage of, increased development in the watersheds, and again, looking at some of the forest management. So again, a lot of use in these watersheds. I mean, they're great for community values, but we recognize that this is also a big stressor on our watersheds. Okay, next slide, please. So what are some of the benefits of updating our plan? Again, using science-based vulnerability risk assessment, so looking at new research, new opportunities that are out there, and we are doing that as well. Again, our consultants have done this already for other public water systems and municipal water systems, but again, using a lot of research from academia and other places. Address the resiliency considerations. As Laura mentioned, we do have great resiliency and redundancy of our sources, but we want to, again, what are other things we can do to make our watersheds even more resilient? I use Aspen as one of the examples for that. We are doing significant engagement with this, so we want to make sure it's publicly vetted, the recommendations and these policy changes. So again, if you've reviewed the 1999 plan, there are a lot of recommendations in there, and we predict that many of these recommendations will carry over, but we'll also have new recommendations, as mentioned, because of these stressors we're seeing now, again, climate change, wildfire, and human influence. And then public engagement education, our Keep It Pure program. Anybody going up to these watersheds, you see these signs, no dogs, Keep It Pure. We rebooted that, and we're going to continue that public engagement and education, also working with stakeholders, such as some of our mini ski resorts and others, to help carry that message ahead. And then policy direction on the protection of our water supply. As Laura mentioned, we do update this every 6 years for this state requirement, State Division of Drinking Water, but this is the one comprehensive update, and we are working very closely with our State Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, Forest Service, and DNR. So this is a nice graphic here to show watershed plan, goal, need, and vision. I love this quote from Terry Tempest Williams. The eyes of the future are looking back at us, and they are praying for us to see beyond our time. So,
Next slide.
What was that, sorry?
Next slide.
Oh, sorry, next slide. My apologies. Okay. Again, the goal is to protect the high-quality water in our watershed areas. One thing to mention, we do use the EPA multi-barrier approach. And the first step of the multi-barrier approach is protecting the source, keeping the pollutants out. That is the best approach for EPA, for public health, and it's actually the most fiscally responsible approach as well. So that's the best approach. And then 2 is water treatment. And the 3rd step is just monitoring our system, and that's what we sample our distribution system. So the EPA multi-barrier approach. The need, again, a lot has changed. Conditions have changed since our 99 plan. Climate change, wildfire, drought, the population growth. I think anybody has seen the data. Salt Lake City, I believe, is number 2 for housing prices and population growth. So we've noticed that and noticed that impact in our watersheds. And a vision, we want to make sure we have sound policy that we can execute. Again, that's vetted by the public and our policymakers and by our many trusted partners, so Forest Service, the state, and others. Next slide, please. Okay. And this is our engagement framework. So it looks a little complex, but it's not. But again, we're looking at existing conditions. So we did this step and had a lot of engagement with our stakeholders, advisory council, which I will mention here in a minute, and the public workshops and meetings. And looking at our various strategies and recommendations, which we're looking at right now. Again, you look at our 99 plan, a lot of these strategies are very good strategies that we'll be implementing, and we'll have more as well because as we go down this path. Looking at these changing stresses and stressors on the watershed, wildfire and others, the intense precip events, the increased use. And we will put this all together and analyze this, and again, public input, stakeholder input and engagement, and we will develop the draft recommendations on this. And then we will finally go
go through again another public engagement period, and then have release a draft watershed management plan. We've already decided, I know 30 days is the normal review period and public comment period. We want to give 45 days so everybody has sufficient time to review and give public input. And then we'll revise the plan and then present again for adoption, and then we'll implement the plan. One thing to stress, public input is taken throughout the entire process. People can look at our webpage, have all the information they need in previous meetings, and provide public input and feedback at any time. So just to give you an idea, and maybe this, next slide, please, sorry. This graphic may be a little small in the box, but just give you an idea of the process for the plan. We started, as Laura mentioned, last year. Looking at our plan, we've had meetings with our advisory council, with multiple stakeholder meetings and public meetings on this. Right now, and then also development of the focus areas, as I mentioned, wildfire, climate change, the human influence, and looking at the vulnerabilities and some of the strategies with this. And then again, we'll develop a draft plan, and then we will have public feedback and engagement, and then have the plan back and present to you for adoption, and then we'll have implementation. Some of our engagement structure. So we have an advisory committee, and that advisory committee, which I'll show in the next slide. Next slide, please, by the way. My apologies. There we go. So we've had a meeting already with our advisory committee, and those are our regulatory authorities. So we're looking, again, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality. We recognize the driver of this plan is Safe Drinking Water Act. It is for drinking water. But Division of Water Quality, which is Clean Water Act focus, also has a big role in these canyons. So we're also incorporating our Division of Water Quality, the Forest Service, the state DNR, and the county on our advisory committee. So we've had a committee in March to present our approach. And then we also had stakeholder committee meetings. So again, looking at the need of the plan as our first meeting. Second one, looking at that bucket we were talking about for climate change, what we found with our research and data from our consultants have found, and just sharing what we've learned for the most recent scientific data that we have. Wildfire as well. We're very fortunate in our consultants, our wildfire specialists have done quite a bit. So we've had a meeting focused again on wildfire, and I had all our wildfire partners as well at that meeting to get their input and feedback. And then human impacts on this, impacts on recreation and others. And then we had our open houses. So we had 2 open houses. One was in person, and we had great attendance. And then we also had our virtual. And with that, again, we looked at our need, characteristics, areas of focus, and then the public can come and give us their feedback on any of those areas of focus and ask questions. So they were very well attended, and we felt very fortunate. And to give you an idea, next slide, please. This, I'm not going to read all of these, but this is our engagement to date. Gives you an idea, again, we have our webpage where, again, you can submit comments, and with that, brochures, a lot of social media and other engagement, getting the word out, articles in the Salt Lake Tribune, the Deseret News, others, lawn signs, and others. So far, with all the engagement, and this is a picture here of Laura presenting at our in-person public open house in May at the City Library. We've engaged with 241 people thus far. We've had 876 touch points and counting. That's how many, but this does not include our stakeholders also reaching out to their folks and their people that they want to share. So it doesn't even include that element of engagement. 46 comments received thus far. 4 of the comments have been from our online presence with the webpage. And we've also presented to the Town of Alta, the Town of Brighton, Immigration Township, and the Central Wasatch Commission. Next slide, please. So some of the feedback we've received thus far from our advisory committee, they support and understand the need for this plan. They also support our approach and our approach to public engagement that we've shared. They agree with our core focus areas, wildfire, human impacts, and climate change. And they also want to ensure that the plan integrates with other planning efforts. I don't have the slide up here, but we can share it next time if you like. But there have been so many planning efforts in these canyons. And again, we want to make sure everybody's aware the purpose of this is for Safe Drinking Water Act purposes and protection of drinking water. But there are planning efforts up there. I think we've heard of the Little Cottonwood EIS. There's TMDLs up there, so Clean Water Act planning efforts focus. Salt Lake County has had multiple planning efforts as well. So we just want to make sure that we are integrating with these other planning efforts, which we are. And then stakeholder and public feedback. We've received, again, quite a bit of feedback from our stakeholders and the public. These are kind of the more thematic or categories that we're seeing feedback on. People do value the drinking water and consider watershed areas very important. I do credit this as well to our public engagement of the importance of the drinking water, where our water comes from, how, again, 24 hours from the top of the canyon to your faucet. That is very impressive, and this is one reason we have such high quality water. They understand the need for the plan to be updated. Again, climate change is one of the big drivers of this that we're seeing. Again, they also agree with the core focus areas, climate change, wildfire, and the human impacts. And I think people have been seeing this. The stakeholders in the public we've talked to have all said they've been visually seeing the impacts of climate change. They notice these longer, hotter summers. They're noticing the impacts in the watershed, as we all have, and also the data has shown as well. They've seen the increased risk of wildfires. Again, that picture from Parley's, I think it is really telling of what we're seeing more and more of, and I feel as though we've been very fortunate in our watersheds, but again, what can we do for increase our resiliency and mitigate those impacts? They're seeing the human impacts in the watershed areas. People go up there and they recognize there's a lot more people on the trails. There's more development. So people are seeing those human impacts, and they understand there is a need to manage these impacts as well. And they understand the need to integrate the plans with other efforts. A lot of people are very familiar that there's been a lot of planning efforts. So again, we just want to clarify what the purpose of this plan is and how we are integrating that. And then relationship to how this plan works with water resources, the drought, and the Great Salt Lake. How does this relate, and how can we benefit the Great Salt Lake and others? So we've heard a lot of comments on that as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what are our next steps? And by the way, this picture here, that is KIP, our spoke pica, for our Keep It Pure program. So KIP is hopefully sharing a lot of information about how to keep our watershed clean and healthy. So as mentioned, we are preparing the draft watershed management plan. Right now we're working on our recommendations, and a lot of the recommendations come again from our 99 plan, and we have other recommendations as well. We're working on those. And then we will prepare the draft watershed management plan for early 2023. Again, obtain public feedback is so critical in this, and we do have a very robust public engagement program with our stakeholders, the advisory council, and the public. So we'll have other public meetings and other stakeholder meetings, and all of this will be on our webpage. What we've done thus far is on our webpage, so if you're interested, you can look at those meetings and those PowerPoint presentations. And then again, incorporate feedback and prepare the final plan, and we'll bring it again back for adoption summer 2023, next year. Okay.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Thank you, Laura. Any questions, council members?
Questions?
Appreciate your hard work. I mean, you guys are, we take you for granted, right?
Thank
Public
you.
utilities, you just take it for granted. You turn your faucet on, it's good water. Flush your toilet, good water. Water your lawn, but we can't take it for granted. So I appreciate all the hard work and all the dedication and passion you have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great.
And we're
We have
just-
a great team, so
and I
thank
think you're
you.
going to stay right there because we're going to discuss the next item. If Laura can continue taking a break here, we're on number 10, the ordinance establishing limits on the new water availability. Sam, I think, already did the introduction, so back to you, Laura, or Marion, whoever wants to take the lead.
I think I'm good now. And Marion, thank you for stepping in and doing such a great job on finishing that presentation. So this water availability ordinance proposal In essence, it's a companion bill to the land use ordinance under Title 21A 33010 that was adopted last year. That would apply the same policy under that zoning ordinance to all areas that receive Salt Lake City's water. As you are aware, we serve water outside of Salt Lake City to a pretty large area. We also have surplus water contracts in the canyons, and really we want to make sure that this policy is equitably applied, not just in Salt Lake City, but across the entire area that relies on Salt Lake City's water. Similar to the land use ordinance, the zoning ordinance, it applies only to commercial and industrial development. Agriculture, residential and institutional properties are exempt. It's really directed at very large, intensive water uses. The threshold, similar to the zoning ordinance, is 200,000 gallons per day. And also, as is stated in the zoning ordinance, there's a requirement that new development or development expansions provide to public utilities the estimate of annual water use so that we can make sure that there's compliance with the ordinance. Examples of industries that could be impacted by this would be pretty large intensive industry like large data centers using water for cooling, large computer chip manufacturing, large bottling plants, or large food processing facilities. But I also think it's fair to say that the 200,000 gallons per day threshold offers a lot of flexibility to the city and the entire area where we serve. That's still a fair amount of water use, and a lot of these types of industries already exist in these areas and are below that threshold. So with that, if there are any questions for me, any clarity that you would like from me on that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Laura. And I know Sam mentioned this again. I just wanted to reiterate, maybe continue to bang on this one, but this incorporates the entire watershed in our area, but also the Northwest Quadrant area is included in that. And I know before we didn't have that included because it was on a contract vice zoning. So now it would be included in that limit.
Yeah, and that is our interpretation. And Mark Cottrell with the attorney's office is here too to perhaps address that question. But those development agreements vested those properties under the zoning ordinances at the time, but there was a carve out in those development agreements where health and safety chapters could be changed, and Title 17 is a health and safety chapter.
Great, that's wonderful. I know Mark is right here.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Laura. Thanks for the question. We're certainly happy to do further investigation on that to vet that out, but that's our preliminary understanding of that.
Wonderful. I just want to make sure that we got that one, so I appreciate that very much. And Laura, thank you again for the wonderful work on this also. I don't see any of the questions from the council. So happy holidays. Get healthy. Get your sleep. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Moving on to item number 11, Central Wasatch Commission update. And I think we got Chris Robinson, Lindsay, and I saw Blake. Oh, there he is. Come on up. Blake, we have 30 minutes for a presentation and questions.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, man.
Good afternoon. Do you have our PowerPoint somewhere? Oh, you got it. I'm going to cheat look, and I have poor eyesight and before a hearing, but I'm Chris Robinson. I'm the chair of the Central Wasatch Commission. I'm also the chair of the Summit County Council and have enjoyed working with both, mayors, I guess, through Ralph Becker, Jackie Biskupski, and now Aaron Mendenhall. I was involved early on with the Mountain Accord when your mayor and Laura Briefer came and visited Summit County some 10 years ago. So I'm one of the last people standing, I guess. Maybe it's gluttony or some defect on my part, but in any event, I've really enjoyed working with Salt Lake City and especially with your mayors, say plural because I have a history with them, and also the one constant has been Laura. So in any event, we're grateful to be here. On my left is Lindsay Nielsen, and on my right is Blake Perez, who are executive directors over different facets of our work. Next slide, please. This is a unique effort because it brings together the elected officials that surround the Central Wasatch, and we seek to operate by consensus to address some of the longstanding issues in the canyons. And some have asked what authority we have. We have little authority other than the combined weight of the elected officials that surround this. We convene, we try to resolve conflict, we try to achieve cooperation, and we try to assist the state in making plans for this area. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are many elected officials involved. You can see from this slide the logos of Sandy City, Summit County, Park City, Salt Lake City, Mill Creek, Town of Alta, the new town of Brighton, Cottonwood Heights, and then we have ex officio members of the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy, of which your city is a part, and also of UTA and Carlton Christensen. Annalee Muncie is the one from Metro Water. And then we most recently have David Whittakin, who's the forest supervisor of the Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest, as an ex officio member.
Next slide.
Next slide, yes. Looks like that lower left quadrant is mostly unimportant anyway. As I mentioned, that we use a consensus approach, which I think is somewhat unusual too, is we try to find common ground. There's lots of diversity of opinion in many things, but in this case, we're trying to find common ground, a consensus approach to the land and watershed protection and decision making. We've also engaged fairly heavily in studying the transportation issues in the Central Wasatch. The Mountain Accord had subset goals of dealing with the environment, with transportation, recreation, and I'm drawing a blank on the fourth one. What am I missing?
Economy.
Oh, and economy, yeah, I shouldn't leave that out. We have 4 ski resorts and other commercial activity. And we've been involved in providing comment to UDOT and helping to shape, to the extent we can, the transportation. We also have a small pot of money that we've used to help leverage to do short-term projects or small projects in the canyons. And we've funded a visitor use study to study the capacity of the canyons in concert with the Forest Service. That's a USU study. We also created an online environmental dashboard that is a great tool for anybody from kindergarten through the end, let's say. As it gets closer for me, I don't like to put borders on it. But And then we have a stakeholder council that has 35 members that involves lots of other parties. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Blake, I'm told, but you can see some of these parties that Blake will explain.
Next slide.
Thanks, Chris, and good to see you, council members. Thanks for having us. Chris went over high-level CWC structure. I'll talk a little bit about our advisory stakeholder council here and a couple of the projects in our portfolio that we are working on. We do have a 35-member, stakeholder council representing all the varying interests in the Central Wasatch. They've organized themselves into various committees, including Mill Creek Committee, a Trails Committee, and I've got to give a lot of credit to this group for spearheading the visitor use study that we'll be rolling out, and I'll touch on a little bit. But we use the Stakeholder Council to weigh what's going on with the CWC, what the board is working on, and so it's both a bottom-up and a top-down approach that we have with the stakeholders. Next slide. Big piece of our portfolio of work is the mountain transportation system. Earlier in 2019, we embarked on the regional mountain transportation system, where we looked at a regional connection from the hubs in the Wasatch Front, the Wasatch Back, and everything in between. We analyzed modes, we evaluated, it was over 2 years of engagement and learning and processing, and our board landed on several pillars, including a visitor use study, watershed protection, let me pull those all up, traffic demand management, parking and busing strategies, integration of the broader regional transportation network, year-round transit service, and long-term protection of critical areas through federal legislation. And those are how we have been evaluating the transportation system through the EIS in Little Cottonwood Canyon, and what I'll get on in just a minute here about the Big Cottonwood Canyon map. So we've laid the foundation for the CWC to be engaged in critical transportation discussions and decisions through the agreed upon pillars. The Mill Creek FLAP grant is currently underway. We are very much engaged in that. Both our stakeholder council has a committee that is looking at roadway improvements to the upper portion of Mill Creek Canyon, and they'll be rolling out alternatives, I believe, later this year, maybe the beginning of 2023, that we'll want to comment on. We recently just embarked on a Big Cottonwood Canyon mobility action plan that we're really excited about, to dovetail with the Little Cottonwood Canyon EIS and complement it, so we have some transportation policy solutions for Big Cottonwood Canyon as well as Little Cottonwood Canyon. We've been engaged in a Little Cottonwood Canyon EIS. We ran the mountain transportation system planning process parallel with Little Cottonwood Canyon EIS. We've stayed engaged. We hear from stakeholders. We've recently submitted our comments to UDOT regarding the EIS, and our comments really were evaluated through those pillars that I mentioned about earlier. We did not say yay or nay on a gondola, just to clarify that. And then we also work on short-term improvements as well. Since 2019, we've been working with UTA, UDOT, Sandy City, and Cottonwood Heights to tweak and improve the bus service. One thing that you'll hear about next week that we tested out last year was a bus bypass service where we've partnered with Sandy City PD, and they provide an escort for the UTA buses up to the mouth of the canyon. It decreased travel time on canyon closure days by 50 minutes, improved travel time by about 39%. Really proud of that work, and we continually, annually do that.
Just to the mouth?
Just to the mouth.
Wow.
On canyon closure days, it backs all the way up, and so the police are able to get them. The bus basically get front of the line and go up. Yep.
Mr. Chair. Blake, sorry, can you remind me what FLAP means? We all deal in acronyms,
Yeah.
but-
It's the Federal Lands Access Program grant opportunity. It's through federal highways that the county applied for, and they were awarded through federal highways. The county was awarded this grant.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, not a problem. Thank you.
Good question. Next slide. really big, important piece of work is this visitor use study that we'll be rolling out in early 2023. This will provide us with some really good data, granular data on visitation to the Tri-Canyon areas, Mill Creek, Big, and Little. We will get a sense of where people are going, where they're coming from, conditions on the trail, economic benefit, user profiles, and this will help policymakers implement land use decisions. I know the Forest Service is really excited about seeing some of the data. We had a conversation with them earlier today about this. I believe Public Utilities really has their eye on this as well to help with their management of the watershed. But the purpose of this study is to explore how outdoor recreation use and its associated impacts can be quantified and monitored over time within these canyons. So we will have the most updated data early 2023, and we're happy to share that with you as well.
Okay, next slide. Great. Okay, now I am so excited that I get to talk to you about the environmental dashboard. The environmental dashboard has been a project first thought up of under Mountain Accord, and now we finally released it in July of this year. So it's been a project nearly 7 years in the making, so a long time coming, and we're so excited to be able to share it with you council members and with the public. And what the environmental dashboard is it is a website that has amassed all of the existing environmental data specific to environmental elements for the Central Wasatch Mountains in the front and in the back. And those environmental elements are air quality and climate, geology and soils, vegetation communities, water, and wildlife. And what that means is you can access the environmental dashboard on at that URL that you see on the screen there, and you'll have a chance to learn about everything specific to those elements in these mountains. So so if you want to look at precipitation by year, you can look at that for all of the data that exists beginning in time when it started to be collected all the way up to today. And that is the same for air quality and climate. And what's included in that element are things like vehicle counts at various places for these mountains. So like the mouth of Big Cottonwood Canyon, you can look at various vehicle counts over the years, and that's the same for Little Cottonwood Canyon all across our study area.
I just want to say that, yeah, I went on there the other night, and it's good stuff. It was interesting, because I'm just off tangent here, that the snow and water on the dashboard shows a flat line for the last 100 years, which is, I was kind of amazed at that one, but the temperature was 10 degrees, because I think it only went back to 1950 on the temp, or at least that's what I had, and it was 10 degrees difference on the temperature side, but the flat line on the snow side. And I know our season is shrunk because of the warming temperatures, but it was interesting. So anyways, thank you.
So one of the motivations behind providing the public the environmental dashboard is the CWC really wants the people who are using these mountains and making decisions about how they interact with the mountains to be better informed about what they have in their backyard. And so that's what we have here with the environmental dashboard. All of the data that exists amassed into one centralized location. Next slide. Okay. One other part of the CWC's scope of work is something called the Short-Term Projects Program. It is a small grant program where the CWC opens a call out to the public to see where the need is for the CWC to step in with a little bit of extra funding. So existing projects that just need a little extra push, a little extra monetary help to get over the finish line. This 2022 year for these projects is our third year. I'm happy to say that the CWC has funded nearly $200,000 worth of projects across these canyons. And projects include things like the funding of the construction of beaver dam analogs, which are man-made beaver dams at Willow Heights Lake. up in Big Cottonwood Canyon. And what essentially BDAs are, they're man-made dams that encourage the reintroduction of beavers to that ecosystem. Beaver are a keystone species, very important to the ecology up there. Other projects that we've funded over the years, this year, the CWC opted to fund 2 different shuttle programs to help skiers get to various backcountry areas both in Little Cottonwood Canyon and in Park City. So we have projects happening in the back and in the front. Yep. Other projects have included things like trail maintenance work. We work with the Climbers Alliance, Save Our Canyons, Wasatch Backcountry Alliance. The short-term projects program is also a chance for the CWC to broker partnerships with organizations across the valley and in the Wasatch Back. Next slide. Okay, and last but not least, this is arguably the cornerstone project for the Central Wasatch Commission. I'm sure you all are aware of the CWNCRA, the Central Wasatch National Conservation Recreation Area Act. That is the federal lands bill that the CWC, first originated with Mountain Accord, and then the CWC picked the bill up. And what the bill in its current iteration would propose to do for these mountains is create a new federal designation for already federally owned lands. It would place an NCRA designation on the project area lands. It would create new wilderness. The Mount Air Grandeur Peak Wilderness Area, that's proposed to be just over 6,000 acre new wilderness area in the project area. It would also allow for the realignment of existing wilderness areas to allow for the multi-use of the prized Bonneville Shoreline Trail, which is multi-use except for where it juts into existing wilderness area. And so what the bill would do is it would offset existing wilderness to allow for the continuation of the multi-use along that trail.
Mr. Chair? I'm reading your slide here, and I don't know these things, so please educate me. What's the land exchange proposal?
Yes, so in the original version of the bill, there was a section of proposed land exchanges, dollar for dollar land exchanges between the Cottonwood Canyon ski resorts, so Alta, Snowbird, Solitude, and Brighton, and the U.S. Forest Service. Those land exchanges, as proposed in H.R. 5718, which is the original bill that was introduced by Jason Chaffetz into the 114th Congress, what those land exchanges would have been a dollar for dollar land exchange between, the ski resorts would exchange mountainside lands that they would not have been able to use, to allow skiers to use for land near their base areas that were federally owned, that were already being impacted by ski area activity.
Interesting.
It says on the slide that they were removed. The reason they were removed is the major reason was that when the preliminary appraisal work was done on the steeper slopes owned by the resorts, they were low value, and as you might imagine, the flat developable lands at the bases were pretty high value, and it just was untenable. There were other, environmental reasons. Some of these steeper lands had mining legacy contamination that then gets the Forest Service concerned about taking on new liability, a few things like that. But the main thing that broke it was the valuations.
Yeah, they were meant to be dollar for dollar, and that the difference in valuation made that hard.
Value for value.
Yep. Value for value. Yep. Yeah. The bill does a lot of other things, and I'd be happy to discuss that in detail further, but for now, I think we'll move on to the next slide. Thank you so much, and we're open to any other questions from council.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your work across the canyons. I mean, we all, again, just kind of assume that they're going to be there and they're going to be beautiful and they're going to be wonderful to use, but we got to take care of them. Any questions? Councilmember Fowler?
Yeah, just a quick one. So going back to the potential bill, it seems to me, and again, I'm just sort of, I don't know anything about this, that if this bill passes, then it does, I mean, we've talked a lot about our watersheds today, our water, the way that Salt Lake City is very good at trying to protect our water. It seems like a lot of this would in some ways help us, because it would certainly make it so that those protected wilderness areas would not be developable and or be able to be used for some other activity that would potentially damage our watersheds. Is that accurate? Am I reading that right?
I think that there are perhaps several nexuses, if that's the plural, between Salt Lake City Municipal Corp and these mountains, but geographically, none of it's within your limits. But there's a little thing called extraterritorial watershed, and I think that has been the hook that has really made Salt Lake City public utilities and the city government very interested in both starting the Mountain Accord that led to the commission and being a very active member. And so you're absolutely right. Watershed protection is a big part of it. The NCRA, the federal legislation, is a difficult proposition because it would put firm boundaries on ski resorts and on further development in the canyons, which is, contrary to some of the commercial interests.
Sure.
If I were to state it kind of
Yeah.
obliquely.
That was
And
very
so-
political of you.
Thank you. And so finding the right mix, but that is sort of, as Lindsay mentioned, the capstone of what that is one of the very important goals we have.
Thank you. I see Director Briefer. I don't know if she wanted to add to that, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Laura, did you want to add to that comment?
Yeah, I agree with what Chris said regarding the NCRA, but I also wanted to say that Salt Lake City was very prominent at the negotiating table during the development of the language of the NCRA. And just to make sure that we all are on the same page about this, the act would only impact federal lands. It doesn't impact private lands in the watershed. But one of the things that we wanted to make sure to shore up with the federal lands is a more clear, detailed commitment to watershed protection. And part of the act has a management piece to it where an actual management plan for the conservation area would be in place that highlighted watershed protection. So it was a very, very important negotiation element under Mountain Accord. And as such, I would really like to see efforts made to move forward on this really important federal legislation when the time is right.
Awesome.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. As everyone knows, Laura Briefer's made me kind of a waterhead, so now it's like I think about it often. So thank you for all your hard work in this area.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. This has been wonderful.
Thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Lindsay, Blake, thank you again.
Thanks,
Okay.
Council.
And
Right.
thank you to Mayor Mendenhall for your efforts on the CWC. Very much appreciated.
Absolutely.
All right.
Happy holidays. and
Happy
thank
holidays.
you.
Great to have you. All right, bye-bye. Moving on to item number 12, board appointment, the disciplinary appeals hearing officer. And we have David Quealy on the line.
Yes, I'm online. I apologize, Council, for not being able to be there in person this evening. We've got one of those wonderful flu bugs running around my house
Well, I think they're
right
going
now.
everywhere.
So
So thank you for
figured it'd be best to do it virtually.
Right. Thank you for volunteering to be on the board or be a hearing officer. And tell us a little bit about your reasons for being on the, wanting to be on the hearing officer, excuse me.
Yeah. So my current full-time job is I'm the deputy city attorney for the city of West Jordan. One of my client agencies that I work with is the Human Resources Department. So I'm very familiar with public employment law, something I deal with every day. And what really interests me about this role is not unlike Salt Lake. West Jordan, about a year ago, we revamped our personnel code to create a disciplinary hearing officer process. So I helped write the code amendments for that. So I think this is in my opinion, the best way to address disciplinary appeals. I think it draws upon law-trained individuals who have a specific interest, and it's something where I feel as though I could assist the city of Salt Lake reaching appropriate decisions, whatever those may ultimately, excuse me, there's that flu bug, may ultimately be. Whether that's consistent with what the department head initially decided or contrary to it. So I think I have the demeanor, the ability, and the education to do that, and it's an interesting program.
Thank you, David. And I'm looking to see if there's any questions from any council members. And I don't see any questions at this time. So appreciate your desire to support us and the city. You'll be on our consent agenda. You need not be present to win, as a former council chair used to say. And thank you for your services and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening, council.
You too. Is there any other?
I think that we don't have any other board member candidates here, and so you could go to the closed session and we can come back.
We could go to the closed session. Do we have any announcements from
Oh,
yourself?
I have announcements, yes.
Sure, let's go through those announcements. And
Okay, all right. Oops.
This is
Breaking
Jess
things.
Bird. Can anybody hear me?
Say that again?
Jess Bird, just
Oh,
signed.
oh, good, okay.
Well, wonderful. Hold on a second.
Sorry, I've been driving. I hadn't planned until 6 o'clock, but then I just got the text.
Perfect. Thank you very much. This is your number 13 board appointment for the airport board. Jess Bird, thanks for checking your text. And tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the airport board.
Well, so I'm the chairman of the Erda City Council, and we've got the airport over in Erda. And I've been talking to Brady Fredrickson, and he asked me if I'd be willing to, put my hat in the ring for this. So I think Brady's a good man, so that's why I did it.
Hey, that's great. And it's great to have you coming in from Erda. I appreciate that very much.
You bet.
I'm looking around the room. We have no questions for you. I think you have been well vetted up to this point. So you'll be on tonight's consent agenda. Thank you for applying and wanting to be on the airport board. But you'll be on tonight's consent agenda for a vote, nomination. So
I assume someone will text or email me and let me know how that vote goes. I'm tentatively planning to attend the meeting in person tomorrow morning, assuming the vote goes good.
well.
And
we'll
so, yeah.
All right. We'll let you know definitely by tomorrow morning. And you have a happy holidays.
Okay, you too. Good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Taylor, is Marty or eBay Hamilton?
We do not have either yet.
Okay. So we'll go on to Executive Director announcements.
Very good. The main issue is the approval of the annual meeting calendar for the coming year 2023. This needs, by law, to be published officially at the beginning or for the beginning of the year. And it is
possible, though, that you can amend it throughout the year. We try to do the best we can in getting it right the first time, but there will be amendments. In January, the question is, we usually are asked to put together a council retreat for the month, sometime in January, although it has been done in different months. Usually, the council prefers that be done on a Tuesday. Would you like to perhaps tentatively schedule a retreat on the 31st? We have in your calendar blocked the, well, I thought we had. No, we haven't. We haven't blocked that off. Oh, it's on the, oh, okay. It's not in our list. I see. Okay, it's not in our list, but it's on our calendar. Okay. Okay, retreat, no retreat, or just hold on? Sure. Retreat, okay. Okay.
Sorry, Cindy, I might be out of town, so I would have to call in, if that's okay, as I did earlier this year.
And
All right.
what was the date for the retreat?
31st.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Okay. All right, and then in May, the budget season, sometimes we block out all of the Thursdays and ask you to hold those in case we need them, and it's really depressing and overwhelming to see all of those Thursdays blocked out. So Jennifer modified to see which ones are most likely needed, and she's suggesting that we block out May 18th and 24th rather than all of them. 25th, thank you, Dan. Okay. So we have three things going. We have the announcement list, we have the list, and we have a calendar. So we'll merge those things before we publish.
Just trying to think of the March is usually when we all go to the DC.
Yes,
Is
we
that-
have that. We've looked at that.
Okay.
26th to 28th. And I'll see on the bottom of March, the calendar says.
Oh, okay, great. That's the one that usually the most people go to.
Okay. And we tried to gather information on all the conferences that we're aware of, but there were some that hadn't chosen dates yet, so. Okay, then June, as Jennifer said, that Thursday is it the first Thursday, Jennifer? Okay. And the second, okay. All right, and then usually you would adopt the budget by June 13th. We have listed as tentative a formal meeting on the 20th in case you are not that far yet. And we always say that as staff, we'll probably lose our minds if you go past the second Tuesday. In July, we try to avoid scheduling meetings near the holidays. So those meetings have been changed from the first and second Tuesday of the month to July 11th and July 18th. Does that make sense? Okay. In August, we usually avoid Night Out Against Crime, which is the first Tuesday. And so the meetings are suggested as August 8th and August 15th. One of those would be the Truth in Taxation hearing if there is any type of a change in the city taxes or the libraries. The other thing is that occasionally we cannot get the date that we request from the county on that Truth in Taxation hearing. So there's some possibility that we would have to come back to you in February, March, or April with a different hearing date. November, Election Day, November 7th. So we've listed the November meetings on the 14th and 21st. Then the end and the beginning of the year. The oath of office is scheduled for Tuesday, January 2nd, because the holiday is January 1st. Last time this occurred, we had a work session and a formal meeting on that same day. Would you like to do that again?
This is 2024? This is 2024, January 2nd.
Yes.
I would vote no.
Yeah.
It was a little strange to like
it was
have the oath of office, have all the hustle bustle, come in here, do a work session, then do a formal session. I mean, I would rather just do the oath of office, concentrate on that, and maybe double up somewhere else and do
Thursday or
You could do
either next-
the Thursday of that same week, if that helped, or you could go to the next Tuesday.
I would say the next Tuesday.
Really? You guys didn't like it?
I didn't like doing the work session right after.
Yeah, the work session's not.
If we did a formal, fine, but we don't generally do that. So I think it's strange to like be all excited about new council members and then be like, oh, by the way, we're all going to argue about something right now. Welcome.
Well, I thought it was kind of weird when we all got sworn in, and then it was like, okay, go home now. I was like, I'm ready to do some counseling. Council member.
That makes
Okay.
All right, maybe. Okay, if I'm the only one.
I would lean. I would
That?
also be open to Thursday, but I think also just making it Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well,
But then maybe we can do like more of a lunch type thing after or
Yeah.
whatever for
Okay.
the oath of office.
so we have a while.
Right. We
for
have a while of that.
But we'll put a pin in that. Okay.
And on
That's,
the calendar, you're going to see this word impact. That's the new rail evolution in November.
They changed their name
That's impact.
to Impact.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a rail evolution new name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
good to know.
Impact.
impact. PACT.
They changed their name, so
Change your name.
it's like a
Mobility.
mobility
Y-
something, 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 something.
Yeah.
That's, well, yeah.
All right.
So
Okay.
any other changes to this? It's good.
Okay, and that's all I have, and we, if you don't mind, look at it, and then let us know if you see anything drastic. We always seem to make some mistake.
All right. Thank you. So, Taylor, do we have Marty or eBay?
It looks like Marty just joined.
Wonderful. So we're on item number 14, Board Appointment of the Arts Council. We have Marty Wolford here. Thank you, Marty, for joining us today. I appreciate it. And thank you for volunteering your time and energy on the Arts Council. Tell us a little bit why you want to be on the Arts Council.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Before COVID, I was a really active creative maker in Salt Lake City, doing a lot of markets and workshops and teaching, and COVID just kind of took it all to a major halt. And I'm a creative person. I love to be around creative people. I'm not a fine artist, but I do find fiber art to be real art, and I still want to be around creative people, and I want to be around a creative environment. I just personally don't have the energy to sustain my own business and creative life that I had prior to COVID. So that's why I would like to be a part of it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for volunteering. Council, any questions for Marty?
No, I'm excited, Marty. Hi, Marty. How are you?
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Yeah, so I think you were involved with the Poplar Grove Community Council.
Right.
That's how I know her. So she's been involved with the community and is a great asset. So I'm excited that you want to serve in the city. So thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Marty, for volunteering to be on the Arts Council. I think seems like you got a really the passion for it and the drive for it and the kind of like the enthusiasm. So wonderful to see that. You'll be on tonight's consent agenda. You need not be there in present, but you can always join us virtually if you want to. But thank you very much for volunteering, and you have a happy holidays.
Thanks, you too. Have a good night.
Good night. And Taylor, how about eBay?
We do not have eBay yet.
Okay. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll determine whether we go into work session or a closed session or come back. So let's take a quick 5-minute break. The work session, and we're going to go into a
Closed session.
closed session. Okay. Wait, what? So we're going to take a break from our work session, go into closed session, and we'll return after that closed session back into our work session in approximately 45 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of discussing real property collective bargaining and receiving advice of counsel.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Wharton, a second from Councilmember Fowler. No discussion on this item. I will roll call this. Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
Wharton?
Yes.
Mono?
Yes.
Morse?
Yes.
Pui?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Peter Eschler absent.
So we just need a few minutes. We'll clear the participant list. Thank you.
Council, there is no reports